The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal will decide whether it will allow a person with forged certificates and criminal conviction to be the president against the Constitution. If the tribunal fails to disqualify Ahmed Tinubu, despite clear evidence of forgeries and criminal conviction, and disregards the Constitution, it destroys public integrity in Nigeria. The evidence before the tribunal is clear that a U.S. court convicted Bola Tinubu of drug offense and ordered him to forfeit a huge sum as fine. He also presented a fake certificate to INEC. The Constitution disqualifies from public office anyone convicted of a crime or who presents a fake certificate because these crimes undermine public integrity. Since 1999, a Speaker, a Senate President, and a Minister of Finance have been removed from office because they presented fake certificates. None of these had criminal convictions, but presenting fake certificates was enough to remove them from office. Today, our country is overrun by criminality and forgery. The tribunal cannot continue to encourage crime. We cannot be a republic of fraud. Otherwise, we lose credit and reputation and become a criminal state where even judges themselves will be victims. The tribunal must disqualify Tinubu for certificate forgery and criminal conviction. It must heed the advice of the Supreme Court in Saleh versus Abure that the courts must actively fight certificate forgery and should never allow anyone who presented a fake certificate to contest election in any public office.
Many high-profile cases will definitely come to you, and they may likely come in company of some juicy, irresistible temptations, especially when they involve mouth-watering financial and business transactions. I'm making it clear to you now that you must flee from such disguised danger. Your reputation and integrity matter much, and it counts enormously in your rise to honor and fame in life. Let me point out unambiguously that in life, gifts and wealth that are not worked for, which are by extension undeserving, are always wrapped in calamity and destruction. Flee from them and keep your heads high above the murky waters of corruption and favoritism, so that you can be conveniently counted among the very best in the Nigerian judiciary. You must, against all odds, conduct your affairs within the ambit of the law and the oath that you has just been administered on you. If you were hitherto 50% under public scrutiny, I can then confidently tell you now that it has automatically risen to 100% by virtue of this appointment. This tempo of public assessment of your conduct and disposition will now assume astronomical proportion. You must equally redouble your effort and dialogue properly with your conscience in order not to fall out of the grace of Almighty God and the Nigerian people. It absolutely takes nothing to join the crowd, but it takes quite a lot to stand alone with good conscience. Several novel business and industrial disputes are occurring in the country virtually on a daily basis that have now inevitably made litigations to go on a steady rise. No court in the land is spared of this. We are constantly on our toes, and the dockets are ever rising in response to the challenges of the time. This underscores the fact that Nigeria ranks among the most litigious countries in the whole world. The onus is on your lordships to fasten your belt and roll up your sleeves to face the challenges head on. You must redouble your pace to catch up with the expectations of the litigants. As judicial officers, you have a defined mandate on earth that you must discharge with unveiled honesty and sincerity. You must give good account of yourselves to justify your appointment. However, if you decide to do the contrary, of course, the sledgehammer will, without hesitation, descend heavily on you. No judicial officer at any level of our courts will be allowed to drag the reputation of the Nigerian judiciary into the mud. We can't come this far to fail. Take heed of this admonition by working rightly towards occupying an enviable space in the annals of the Nigerian judiciary.
Hello. If you are waiting for the judgment of the tribunal with regard to the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023, and your thoughts are who is going to win or who is going to lose, is there going to be a rerun, I'm batified, I'm obedient, and all of that, if those are your thoughts, then you really don't know the significance of the judgment that Nigerians are waiting for. Trust me when I tell you that the defining moment of what Nigeria truly is will be known before the beginning or within September, somewhere in September. So I've decided to title this video, Beware the Eyes of September. Now, I've been watching reactions and expectations of Nigeria with regard to this judgment. And I'm asking my question, does anyone even understand how much our identity as Nigerians are perceived elsewhere in the world? I was talking with somebody, a friend I met on social media, over the internet, and we were talking and talking because he saw some of my works in another platform anyway, and then he tried to, as much as possible, develop an acquaintance with me, and we got cheering up ourselves. And then somewhere in our discussion, I told him I was a Nigerian, and voila, his countenance changed. He started insulting me, fuck up, using the N-word and all of that, and then blocked me instantly. Now, my crime was not because I said anything wrong. My crime was not because I looked black. My crime was that I was a Nigerian. And because in his own worldview, Nigerians are corrupt, Nigerians are bad, Nigerians have nothing to offer in business except to scam and dupe people. Those were his thoughts about Nigerians. And I, being just somebody looking for an acquaintance, was, unfortunately ran into the tide, and I was also determined as a scam artist or a corrupt person just because I am a Nigerian. Now, here's the catch. If this doesn't bother you, then something must be definitely wrong with you. Now, the judgment of the tribunal is going to spell a lot of things. Two things in particular, and that's the issue of the corruption perception of Nigeria and the status of the Igbo man in Nigeria. Now, let me finish with the corruption issue. How does it feel like when a country already bedeviled by the perception of corruption finally decides to put somebody that epitomizes corruption to be the leader of that country? Somebody who has charges of drugs, charges of lies, charges of forgery, somebody who is an enigma of different questions that have no answers. How do we feel about that? Choosing somebody with all these controversies will only accentuate our corruption perceptions elsewhere in the world. Now, some of us are not traveled, some of us do not read papers, some of us are only confined by our petty survival instincts of getting food, having children and paying school fees, and these very small objectives. But the truth is that Nigeria as a country, the future of Nigeria is way bigger than this. Recently, in case you don't know, countries we have looked as lesser than us are having better recognitions than us. Countries like Kenya, countries like South Africa, countries like even Cameroon, our backdoor neighbors. Citizens of Cameroon are now making jest of us, even bragging that their currency is now bigger than ours. And our currency does not look to appreciate anytime soon. Why? Because for some reason, rather than put our eyes on the objective of choosing leaders that will take Nigeria forward, we as masses who are saddled with the objective, who are saddled with the job of choosing our leaders, suddenly switch to modes that have drawn us back over the years. Things like religion, things like the man is my tribe. If you are abusing Tinubu, you are abusing Yoruba people. If you are, we cannot continue like this. If you are not tired, I am tired. It's time we got over this, really. It's time we got over this. If you are truly a Nigerian and you want us to have a good perception from people elsewhere in this world, we must begin to take out these corruption images that we have around ourselves. And we can start doing so by choosing leaders with credible personality and credible records. We must choose leaders that we can actually identify their certificates, identify their friends, identify their families, identify their roots, and then say, yes, this man is indeed a Nigerian, and this man is indeed devoid of corruption, and this man is fit to be our leaders. 200 million Nigerians cannot be led by somebody who cannot dodge corruption charges. So, are we settled for being known as the most corrupt nation in Africa? Or we are poised now to actually change our identity? We can do so by accepting the fact that we need better leadership. Now, there are some people who will not listen to me, who would rather stay in that primordial enclave of tribal proclivity. Well, that's your choice. But Nigeria can be better than this. And then finally, the second part of this video is this. It seems that there are a group of people groups of people who have decided that no matter how elections turns out in Nigeria, the Igbo man will never rule this country. And now trust me, I am not saying this because I have certain soft spot for the Igbo or certain bias in favor of the Igbo. No. It's simple. Nigeria is a country with over 375 ethnic nationalities. Now, the Igbos are one of the three major tribes in Nigeria. Now, if it's possible that two tribes can gang up and ensure that an Igbo man never becomes president, what that means is that people like me, who's an Orobo man, other people who are from the middle belt, like the Bachamas, the Biroms, and the Malguis, and the other tribes, that were saying that Nigeria is jointly owned by certain people who feel entitled that they own Nigeria. Imagine somebody who comes to you to tell you that Yoruba lo come, and if it is Yoruba lo come, Emi lo come. Now this self-entitlement clearly shows the idea that certain people believe that they own Nigeria, and no other person except these people will rule Nigeria. We must define Nigeria. Are we other tribes in Nigeria just sit down look citizens, or we all have equal stakes to the leadership of Nigeria? We must define that, and September will answer these questions. Two questions to be precise. Are we a corrupt nation ready to change our name so that the rest of the world can see us as upright citizens? Or have we decided, written somewhere that we don't know, we probably are working under an agreement that we didn't sign, that other tribes will never rule this country except the Northwest and the Southwest? We must answer these questions. So, in conclusion, the judgment of September is by far going to be the most defining moment of Nigeria. Are we one? Are we divided, pretending to be one? these questions will be answered. Are Igbos not going to be part of Nigeria? We are going to define that. So I am not a bearer of bad news. I don't support chaos. But the fact that one does not support chaos while another one says threatens anarchy does not mean people don't have a right to anarchy. If you do not speak in the face of injustice, you are a partaker of the perpetrator of that injustice. It's as simple as that. So nobody has the monopoly of anarchy. If Nigeria cannot do what is right, we are already in a state of anarchy. So I cannot keep quiet because I have a stake to define a perfect future for my children. I cannot die and see my children live as second-class citizens to the children of those who believe they own Nigeria. That will not happen, at least not while I'm alive. So beware the Ides of September. My name is Magnus Orak, and I say please follow this page and share this post now. Reno Mokri, you know, several times that I've made video with your regard, I had always been comical, trying to make fun and jokes about the issue. I recall the very first video I made when I referred to you as Higo, trying to make a simple caricature analogy with your name. Now, I still maintain I hate coming to social media to make ridicule of my brothers. You're from Delta State. I understand you are Isoko. I'm an Urobo man. We are brother. When we greet ourselves, we say Urobo Isoko Wekuye. Now, help me understand something. You seem to be a spokesperson for Atiku, but a critic of Peter Obi and a defender of Tinubu. Help me wrap my head around this confusing triangle. Spokesperson for Atiku, critic of Peter Obi, defender of Tinubu. What even makes it even more confusing is that the person who you claim to be a spokesperson for is in Chicago trying to destroy Tinubu by exposing his fraudulent certificate issue. The same certificate you said and confirmed that Tinubu has in Chicago State University. Please help me. I'm really confused here. However, let me say something. I've come to realize that people like you, Reno, are the very people I've spoken about severally on social media. You see, once a Southern man is equipped with Western education, he thinks being politically correct makes him more intellectually endowed than people he perceived less qualified. And the way we do that is by attacking our own. Peter Obi is your brother. That's regionally speaking, he's your brother. But for some reason, you have chosen to play yourself as one who has a better intellectual perspective to these issues that are in front of us. And that's not true. The truth is that you are trying to pitch your expectations in both places. Because in your small mind, you believe that Peter Obi cannot become the president of Nigeria. So if you pitch your terms with Peter Obi, because of your the investment of expectations that you have, there might not be any return. Therefore, the likelihood of reward for your investment is from either Atiku or Tinubu. That's why you are bestriding your expectation to these people, so that hopefully you can get from Atiku or get from Tinubu. But as for Peter Obi, he's not going anywhere. So you're trying very hard to be against Tinubu so that you occupy the place of thought in either Atiku or Tinubu, because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So To Tinubu, Peter Obi is his enemy. So if you are the enemy of Peter Obi, you might just become the friend of Tinubu. You see, the level of greed and hungry attitude in our southern politicians, it's so annoying. It's so nauseating. I feel so bad that a man so well educated like you, Reno Mokri, and to add to that, you said you are a pastor, you are a man of the book, you know the Bible. This is not Christian. This is nowhere close to being a Christian. My name is Magnus Oraka. I may not have enjoyed some political spoils like you have, but the truth is that when you have a clear conscience and contented with the little you have, you tend to see things clearly. What you are doing is a clear ridicule, and I trust you that trust me, the end of it all is that you're going to lose from the tripodal settings that you have set from yourself. You're going to lose from Peter Obi, you're going to lose from Atiku, you're going to lose from Tinubu. Might I even add, you might also lose from yourself. Because people like you end up being a very, very big loser. That's where you're heading. Why not you just face what you believe? If you believe that Atiku is the best thing to happen for Nigeria, fine. I don't have a problem with that. I respect everybody's choice. If you believe Peter Obi is not the right candidate, I still don't have a problem with that. But your fixation on Peter Obi is becoming chronic. It's becoming more like an incurable disease. And one is lost as to why the hatred is coming from. Could it where the hatred is coming from? Could it be that the hatred is born from your previous hate for the Igbos? I don't know, because I'm yet to see that. But I still fail to see why a good man like Peter Obi will not resonate to you as a man of candor based on your intellectual input. I find I'm lost. Help me. So, but the truth is that what I can only deduce from the little that I can add up is that you are investing your expectations. You are investing your expectation by talking in pretext that you support this and support that. So, if you are a supporter of Atiku, and Atiku is in Chicago trying to look for certificates that will destroy Tinubu, and you are defending Tinubu that the certificate that Atiku is looking for in Chicago is correct, tell me something. Because attempting to wrap my head around it is getting me even more confused. So I suggest that Reno Mokri, you go back and sit back and recalibrate your thought process, because clearly I think you have exchanged your intestines with your brains, and therefore you are thinking more with your stomach. And therefore, at the end of the day, you only just become a sore loser, which I think that's the road you are going to. And that's the journey and destination you are heading. My name is Magnus Oraka, and I say, please follow this page and share.
My friend here, Governor Peter Obi, we're in DC. We came in for the National Prayer Breakfast. But you see, I listened to this man. I listened to Governor Peter Obi. And, you know, ex-Governor Peter Obi, the plans, the ideas, you know, this man raised the bar of leadership in Nigeria. He raised the bar of leadership in Nigeria. Since he left office, can you believe that this man does not take anything, not even like a penny from the Anambra State government? And while he was there, you know, he was a man that built up Anambra State. You know, Anambra State used to be almost educationally disadvantaged. And then in less than 2 years, he brought them to be #1. He left that state with a reserve. Look, you know, we need people like this. I'm so proud of Governor Obi. And I listened to him today, and, you know, I was taught, like, do we have fellows like this in Nigeria? I'm very proud of this man. Look at everything that he has touched. He made money for himself in the private sector. He made money for Anambra State in government. Anambra State doesn't borrow money. Are you aware of that? These bailout funds that the current administration is giving states, Anambra State, I mean, he left enough for Anambra State. I'm very proud of this man. You know, Governor B, please just say something to my followers, to my fans.
Well, thank you, all of you. All I'm saying is that we have no other country except Nigeria. We must work hard to build it. We must build it. It's our country. We cannot bequeath our children and those coming after us anarchy. We will befit them a better country.
Now you heard it. God bless you. Talk to you guys later.
President Bola Tinubu has presided over his administration's first Federal Executive Council meeting. Tinubu says the current unemployment rate in Nigeria is unacceptable. The government also says it has no intention to borrow from any local or foreign organization, as the benefits of the petrol subsidy removal will be plowed back into various sectors of the economy to boost revenue. Meanwhile, the finance minister says Nigeria will not be borrowing to create jobs, but will rather seek to encourage investments. State House correspondent Adesuwa Omoran reports.
The council chambers of the presidential villa comes alive as President Tinubu convenes his inaugural cabinet meeting, just 9 days shy of 100 days in office. In his address, President Tinubu sets the stage, acknowledging the challenges that lie ahead. He places a spotlight on the pressing issue of unemployment and the state of the economy.
The expectation is high, and there's a tough time right now. We must work hard, commit ourselves, and create a buoyant economy that will serve every Nigerian. We have unemployment that is a level that is not acceptable. We are threatened by climate change. But to turn things around, you have been selected to perform your utmost best.
The president further emphasizes collaboration among ministers, underscoring the essence of strong leadership.
It is all in your hand now. I'm ready to listen. Like I said to the NBA yesterday, I'm ready, even for corrections. Only God is perfect. Don't be afraid to take decisions in this situation that you have been called upon to fetch water from.
Well, today we will understand what is going on in terms of the 8-point agenda and how to go about that. But we thank you very much, Adesuwa Omoran, for that excellent report as always. Kay, your take on this?
Well, today I pray for President Tinubu that as long as he remains the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, God, please forgive him and give him wisdom for all the wrongdoings and his sins. Lord, I pray for the sake of innocent Nigerians to show him mercy. For all the deception during electioneering.
God, pray for yourself. Nobody sent you to pray on our behalf. Pray for yourself. I disagree. I rebuke your prayer. Nobody asked you to pray on our behalf. Pray that I pray from myself, not on the behalf of any Nigerians. Pray for yourself. Tinubu have not asked anybody to forgive him. If he asks for forgiveness, then he needs to confess. For you to come out to say you pray for Nigerians to forgive Tinubu for all his wrongdoings or on the behalf of Nigerians, or God, you better stay on your lane. Stay on your lane.
Tinubu that as long as he remains the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, God, please forgive him and give him wisdom for all the wrongdoings and his sins. Lord, I pray for the sake of innocent Nigerians to show him mercy. For all the deception during electioneering campaign about Nigeria being good and better under APC as compared to PDP, I pray that God will ignore the lies. But I am very upset that Vice President Shettima has the effrontery to say that Nigeria is in a mess. All Nigerians cannot forget how the presidential candidate of APC, the one our current president called Ogunefori APC, he said he will give us a recipe or help to remove migraine and headache. For 8 years, Nigerians suffered, but during the campaign, they told us that President Buhari has done well. Please show me the good work that every single one of the APC candidates said President Buhari did that they wanted to continue. Where are the good works I'd like to see? Show me the great improvements on the nation's polity and economy that they're trying.
So then why are you praying for Nigerians to forgive him? Why are you praying for God to forgive Tinubu? If you know that Tinubu could not find any good work to emulate or replicate
from his predecessor, then who are you praying to? Who asked you to pray on our behalf? Where's all this hypocrisy coming from in Nigeria, for Christ's sake? What's happening?
Trying to improve on. So if that is the case, then they have to show that they have failed us and lied to us about this. But at the moment, we just want to ask, where are the good works? And if there are none, let them acknowledge it. And then we can begin to talk about the fact.
Exactly. Let them acknowledge it. Then we cannot begin to think if we want to appreciate, forgive, or embrace, or move on. But they have not acknowledged anything. You are already proactively begging for forgiveness for Tinubu. I don't understand Nigerians. A lot of us are hypocrites. The biggest hypocrites I've ever seen. If you are looking for them, come to Nigeria. They are all there.
That we're in a mess and how we're going to improve that mess. The fake meeting, I said yesterday, it was obvious that that fake meeting is good. Inauguration, the president said all the right things. They should not fear, they should not be afraid, they should not worry, they should work on making Nigeria better, they should not be scared of anything, which is good. But I will say for sure that it is only when Nigeria acknowledges where we are that we can get better. And it looks like the president is acknowledging that we're in a mess. The vice president.
All right, let me tell you guys something. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I never wanted to come in, but I'm here. I'm here on the backstage. You see, I appreciate you all. Happy Tuesday. I'm sorry. Pardon my manner. Happy Tuesday. Today's 29th August 2023. Let me tell you what these guys are doing in case some of you can't figure it out. Because we follow them from beginning before we come to our broadcast to analyze these videos for you guys. What they're trying to do right now, they are standing on the fence. They don't want to offend Tinubu and they don't want to offend Nigerians. But they are stylishly protecting Tinubu, at the same time stylishly protecting Nigerians. But they're in the middle. Then some gullible Nigerians, because I've always liked to use that word gullible because I'm not part of it. Then these gullible Nigerians, we class them as they are doing a good job, while the gullible Tinubu and Tinubu team or cabinet will also class them as they are doing a good job. But meanwhile, they are nowhere to be found. We don't even know where they belong. You cannot start a speech by praying and asking Nigerians to forgive, or rather praying on the behalf of innocent, suffering Nigerians. You cannot do that. Then after that, you are not acknowledging the suffering, the excruciating situation this satanic APC have put everyone. Is that not the height of hypocrisy? Except maybe some of you are seeing it differently. My view is totally different. That is the height of hypocrisy. Let's listen further.
We are that we can get better. And it looks like the president is acknowledging that we're in a mess. The vice president is acknowledging it as well. So let's work towards making sure that Nigeria gets better.
All right. So on the focus yesterday into this morning, economic recovery, 8-point agenda, get to work or be fired.
Goodness me.
Fired.
So at first, let me start on a good note. What's the good note? Let me give kudos to President Tinubu for now understanding the level of the problems in the country, which they claimed during the election never existed. Let me also give kudos to him for admitting that there's high unemployment rate despite the 4.1% we saw by changing the format. And please, for those that make those arguments as well as international-based formats, I spoke to a reliable source that said we are not getting things right. I would not want to quote my source. And this is the most reliable source on data in this country. That it is evidence there. And if you use that ILO standard, you will not get a true reflection of what is happening. In fact, this source had been pushed before in the past to be able to use that standard, and it was rebuffed. So I'm happy now that all of a sudden, without giving us 2021 data, They gave us 2022 5.3, and now they're giving us 4.1. He has admitted that there's high level of unemployment. And Mr. Kashim Shettima has also admitted that this economic situation is dire. And who made this dire? President Muhammadu Buhari. So I commend and I give kudos to Bola Ahmed Tinubu as he charged the minister. Mr. K, you called it lies. Let me sugarcoat it for them so that they don't say I'm too harsh. What they said during campaign was what we call poetry.
Poetry, huh?
It's campaign poetry. You know Mario Cuomo? We say we campaign in poetry, but we govern in prose. So they've told us the poetry of campaign. Now they are getting to the prose of governance now. And I'm happy about some things. And that's why I say I give President Tinubu kudos. He said he's going to cut cost of government. People that don't have business with hunger will not go to hunger. Let's see how he implements it. He wants to fix the economy. He wants to do this and all of that. Kudos to him on all of that. But it's in the implementation. It is not just by identifying the problem and romancing the problem. Nnamdi Azikiwe talked about analysis paralysis. We can analyze the problem to a point of paralysis. We know the problem. Everybody knew the problem. Even when the campaign poetry was going on and saying, oh, that data is wrong and all of that, when we're giving them the rightful question, and those of people were tagging us and calling us, we knew the truth, but we knew their responses were poetry. But now, the same people that told us that, oh, President Muhammadu Buhari, they want to continue his legacy, now they are saying his legacy was not good enough. So they will keep talking because this is time for prose, not poetry any longer. But in order for this, their motivation to change Nigeria does not become poetry or audio, they need to back it up with implementation. And that's why this morning I want to set KPI for the ministers, because the media should do this. The Minister of Finance, for instance, number one, his major priority should be the economy. What will he do with the economy in the next 6 months? Provide jobs, resuscitate the MSMEs and the small businesses, bring about ease of doing business, working with Pept. Those are the most important things. Minister of Labor, job creation. Nigeria needs job. I hear in that meeting some people were talking about 50 million jobs. It's about time we get to work. And they have to show us empirical stats of how possible it is. And if they are truly ready about job creation, what they should do is month on month, how many jobs they've created, they should post it out there. It's not some poetry data when it's time for elections again. Accountability in the folk. We've been hearing a story about a certain minister with a conundrum. Decisive action also must be done as regards that. As regards other paraphernalia of government and other ministries, we must have KPIs that impact the people, and these are the targets they must set. And achieve those targets in this stipulated time. And try to achieve, because achieving might be a far-flung one. So those are the things they do. But he has said all the right words. But talking about the problem does not mean solutions to the problem. What we need is solutions. Nigerians are hungry. They are in dire straits. And that's why when Vice President Shettima was talking yesterday, when he was meeting with Mr. Taiwo Oyedele about the tax issue, he said work should be done quickly so that at least we can re-energize the businesses to be able to bring up new taxes. But I'm happy they are saying all of that. That's why I say kudos to President Tinubu. But the kudos will be better when we start to see the results. When Nigeria provides enough job for its people. When we don't need to change the strategy of calculating the number of jobs produced in the country. All the promises they are making now, if care is not taken, if they don't look for proper implementation mechanism, can also be poetry, like the poetry they campaigned during the election. It is time for prose. Let us stop the poetry. I yield the floor.
Well, in terms of how bad or dire the situation is, it doesn't have the luxury of that. And divided by 36 months, the last administration was criticized. Nominee sent. What's going on with Nnamdi Kanu? What's going on with is an aspect of government that the last administration was criticized for as well. Unfortunately, this administration hasn't really started on a footing that inspires the confidence of Nigerians that they will indeed respect the rule of law. What's going on with Nnamdi Kanu? What's going on with Rashid Bawa? What's going on with Mr. Emefiele? What's going on with these people? It's not just talk shop. Let us see the actions play out. So great outlining the vision, but beyond outlining the vision, let us see it in action. We move on to the next story. The Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, has insisted that lawmakers are not fighting Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His comments came about a week after the Lagos State House of Assembly rejected 17 out of the 39 commissioners' nominees sent by Sanwo-Olu for screening. Obasa, who presided over the plenary session on Monday, said no matter the threat by some persons, the Assembly will not reveal what it discovered during the screening of the rejected commissioner's nominee. He further highlighted that the mandates the All Progressives Congress won in 1999 must be protected.
Information, going got something. If only I had our information ministry there. If you're talking about his experience, his exposure, his daily.
Guys, concentrate on this particular part because we're going to move out of this soon. And listen to the confession from this speaker or whatever he's saying from here. He's fighting, you know, this speaker versus the Lagos State governor, they're having an issue. But the question is, where is the power coming from for a speaker to be challenging a governor like this? I don't know what you think, but let's listen.
What happens to NTV8? Have they taken the time to investigate and do some things that they are not in position to understand? We talk about COVID. COVID was an isolated case. The health sector of Lagos State is not about COVID. We have the general hospitals in Kenya. We have the general hospitals of our local government. What do you have to say about them? So we just want to caution. Fine, I am a politician. I'm not going to deny that. I've always been and I will remain to be. I was a zonal chairman, I was ESCO of a ward, I was a campaign chairman, and I remain a politician. But we must understand what political party is all about. It's about a group of people who aspire to gain power. And we gained the power since 1999, and we have to sustain it. So we will not allow people who do not understand what it is all about. We have to guide them. We have to protect our party. We've had technocrats in the past, and this will come, they will go, we will still remain. So I have right to protect my party, and I'll continue to do that. But we are not going to sacrifice service to our people in the name of technocrats. We are not going to do that. We continue to protect our party, protect our people in Lagos State, to serve our people in Lagos State. So if anybody is interested to know why we are taking such decision, they should approach the House. And you know, the House as a body restrain itself from exposing what we discovered during the screening exercise. So we are not going to be forced to spill, but we need to caution. It doesn't need to caution I know I will say word, but now say pen, that they should be cautioned in using their pen for the people that have paid them to write whatever they like. We are not going to be threatened. And the civil society organization that are threatening to protest, you can protest, it's your constitutional rights. But don't think you are going to intimidate me or the House. We are not going to be intimidated. We have said no, and we have said no. If there's any reason for us to reverse our decision, if there is, and it is germane and convincing, maybe we may, but not by threats. It's not going to be by threats. We are politicians. If not for us, the technocrats won't be appointed.
Somebody said, okay, Mr. Henry said, confessional time. I mean, I'm surprised, though. A speaker versus the governor of Lagos State. Why the deputy governor of Edo State versus the governor of Edo State? What is happening? I don't understand.
It's because we are successful as politicians. That is why the technocrats are being appointed. So we are about the party, and we are about Lagos. And we continue to serve our people because we are representing their interests. We have been doing that before now, and we continue to do that. The people come first before any other person. It does not matter your degree. It does not matter your... We are talking about Julius Berger. Somebody serving Julius Berger. Somebody is international. Who is not international among us? We have people who came from abroad to contest for Lagos membership of Lagos State House of Assembly. They are still here with us. So as my people will say, we don't want instigation. We don't want conflicts. We are working together. The House and the executive, we are brothers, we are family, and we'll continue to work together. But we need to caution the forthcoming is not to instigate crisis. And those who are living in glass house also to be careful.
All right. Honorable Mudashiru Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, talking tough and saying that they will not be intimidated. Okay.
On the one hand, Rufai and Ayo, on the one hand, I'm enjoying what he is saying because there are facts in some of the things that he's saying. There are facts. There are areas of lapses that you will find in Lagos, and this is across the entire nation. Every state has got areas of lapses, failures by state government and governors across Nigeria, and there are successes as well. In Lagos, for example, there are areas that you cannot fault Governor Sanwo-Olu, that he has done well. And there are areas that led to the situation where Labour Party gave APC a run for every single kobo they could spend. And it was a serious competition, and it was one that is still in court till today, and we don't know how the court decision will go. But at the end of the day, it was obvious that it was a very, 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 very close fight, that it's almost impossible to see a gap between them. So the Right Honorable Speaker of the House in Lagos State Assembly, he's saying the truth to a large extent. But these are brothers, and their fight should never be on the streets. If you want to wash your dirty linen, keep it within the house, one will say. And I saw something yesterday, and Rufai last night actually, when this video came out, somebody said, Egungun, be careful, you're going on the express. Egungun, be careful, you're going on the express. So when, basically indeed, so when the speaker is speaking like this, and some members of APC, and these are not members of Labour, some members of APC, they're the ones saying, Egungun, be careful, you're going on the express, then definitely the speaker must have listening ear and listen to them, because members of your party are saying, Egungun, be careful, because the way you're dancing, you've got to remember that you will continue to be a member of APC. The governor of Lagos State will continue to be a member of APC. And your entire principal is in Abuja. So he's not in Bodilon at the moment to make sure he's going to call both of you and say, sit down and let's have this conversation. I don't want any of my children, in the manner of speaking, going out and having this kind of street fight. Street fight is not a solution. Resolve the issues, don't make it public, and make sure that the best is done for the people of Lagos. The people of Lagos want to be served well. You have your point regarding some of these individuals, and those who are Nigerians, who are Lagosians, who are residents of Lagos, if you don't want to call us who are not directly indigenous people of Lagos, we are residents of Lagos, and we know what happened in the last 4 years. We know the people that showed a lot of care for Lagos and Lagosians and residents of Lagos. We know them. If there are areas of lapses, you can resolve that. So I'll let you guys go on.
We're fine.
In fact, let me continue from where Kay stopped and sing the full song by Abbas Akande Obesere before I start my comments. He says, Egungun, be careful, now express you they go. What it means is that the masquerade, be careful, you are going on the expressway. And he goes further to say that, I don't want him, I don't tell him, motto, don't jam him. What it means is that the masquerade on the expressway was hit by an oncoming vehicle. So what it means invariably... Yes. Egungun, be careful, now express you they go. Motto, go jam him. Mm-hmm. So something happened and there. So that's the full song. Just kidding there. But the truth has to be said. This is an internal fight in the fold of the APC in Lagos. It's a fight between the speaker and also the executive arm. And that's why this is happening. And this is quite unusual, because normally there's always an alignment between the speaker and the governor. He holds the ace. But now this is an open fight internally. He has gone out mudslinging with all of this. Probably in the future, in the grand analysis, this video, it might be called to come and account for the things he said in this video. And that's why you should be careful. Hence, the allusion to what you were saying, that Egungun, be careful, now express you they go. Egungun in Yoruba means masquerade. So, he has said a lot, thrown direct attack, thrown direct form of indictment, by asking what happened in some government parastatal. At the same time, he also says he's not going to release the report because he wants to protect his party. I'm sure a lot is going on amongst their folk as we speak today. But the thing about politicians is the fact that it's always about their interests they fight for. All of this, you might see them at loggerheads now, between 48 hours, they might have settled, and you will hear, oh, I said this out of anger, I said that out of anger. And before you know it, you will not even know what happened, and everything is all resolved. And you will see it linger as much as it goes on. But the most important thing I'd like to tell the people is that please do not die in the war of politicians. It's always about their interest. Because for the masquerade, the Egungun to dance, in the first place, before it goes to the expressway, there is somebody behind beating the drum for the Egungun, the masquerade, to be dancing before it has the infantry to go to the expressway. And in this regard, the question is, who is beating this drum for this masquerade that is dancing very boisterously, approaching the expressway despite oncoming vehicles everywhere? You know, that question I asked is subject to time. Time will tell.
Let's take you to Edo State now, where the government has disbanded the media crew attached to the office of the Deputy Governor, with a directive to the Deputy Governor, Philip Shuaibu, to henceforth request the Ministry of Communication and Orientation for media coverage of the activities of his office. The directive followed the incident that happened during the colloquium held to mark the 60th anniversary of Midwest's referendum held at the Sir Victor Waifo Creative Hub and Soundstage, where some journalists who claimed to be the media crew of the Deputy Governor attempted to force their way into the hall, where the Governor and other invited dignitaries were already seated. Philip Shuaibu later walked out of the venue, visibly angry after altercations with security operatives barred his media team from gaining entrance into the premises.
What is happening? No, it's not fair. It's not fair.
Well, Arise analyst Mahmoud Jega and our Director of News and Politics Editor Somna Sambo join us now to unpack this feud. Good to have both of you gentlemen. Let me start with you, Malam Mahmoud Jega. This seems to raise the constitutional issue as to whether the Edo State Deputy Governor, who was voted in and sworn in on the same day as his principal, the governor, what exactly, I mean, would you say that his role is not constitutionally, clearly defined to give rise to this kind of situation? What do you make of it?
Well, it is a battle for succession, but otherwise, the position of deputy governor in the current Nigerian constitution is always very dicey.
And his deputy, shouldn't there be some civil way of resolving matters like this rather than resorting to a show of shame?
Yeah, of course, there should be a civil way of resolving this issue, because once it starts affecting governance, then there will be a problem. And I don't know why the security officials would want to stop a deputy governor from performing his official function. Governor Obaseki must understand the constitutional role of a governor and that of the deputy governor. The deputy governor is the deputy governor of Edo State, not the deputy governor of Governor Obaseki. So it's very clear that this was a state event. And if the governor was there, there was no reason why the deputy governor should be absent. These gentlemen were both nominated and got elected the same time. The same rights that the deputy governor has is the same right that the governor has, and the same rights that the governor has is sort of the same right that the deputy governor has, because it's a joint ticket. And once they are elected and they come into government, they are supposed to understand their constitutional rule. And what are the constitutional rules? If you read from section 191 to section 193, you understand that the deputy governor is a governor in waiting, and the governor is just the current occupant. And that's where the problem actually comes from, because section 193 only says that the governor can decide to give any role that he thinks he can to his deputy governor or a commissioner in the cabinet. But it does not expressly state the specific portfolios that a deputy governor can hold. In some states, you see some deputy governors also holding education portfolio or science and tech or any other one. While in some states, I mean most states, they are just left alone like that, with some people even saying that they are just busy reading newspapers in their offices. And so the idea of a spare tire is something that has caused these problems. And if you look at it, it's not just starting now. Look at the Second Republic, late Governor Ajasin and Akin Omobori. That's where that crisis actually started from, where someone, just like Mahmoud Jega has said, I mean, after the primaries, you see that Ajasin was seen by Deputy Governor Omobori as someone who actually stole some votes from him, and that he was the one that would have even emerged. And because there needed to be a unity for the party to present a united front, they said, look, you be the governor and you be the deputy governor, and then from there, we'll go into the election. But of course, after winning the election, we always have a crisis. But when they are in government, they must understand their constitutional functions. Governor Obaseki cannot tell security operatives to prevent a serving deputy governor from attending a state function. And the state security official needs to be called by the DSS and questioned why he will prevent a constitutionally elected deputy governor from performing his official functions.
We believe that, you can win these Nigerian presidential elections. And I ask that question simply because people have pointed out to the fact that you are contesting against more established candidates in more established parties. Your party doesn't even have a single elected official anywhere in Nigeria. People say your party lacks structure. How are you going to defeat these odds? Do you honestly believe you can beat these odds?
Well, Peter, you're right. But it's for the people to look at the past years. What brought us to where we are today is cumulative effect of leadership failure over the years by the same people who are elected, by the same people who are in office today. So we're talking about the structure that have kept us where we are, the structure that have produced the highest number of people in poverty in any country, the structure that have produced the highest number of out-of-school children, the structure that have made the country one of the most corrupt countries in the world, the culture that have made it one of the most insecure places in the world, the structure that have brought about highest youth unemployment in the world, the structure that have made drug prevalence in Nigeria the highest, the structure that have made us to overtake India in infant mortality. That's why the fact there are 1.4 billion. So I can go on and tell you about what this structure is all about. The structure that have brought disunity in Nigeria, that is the structure we want to remove. We want to bring a structure that will secure, unite, and bring about production-centered leadership in Nigeria, where we will start pulling people out of poverty. Our children will be in school, where we will start ensuring that people get jobs when they leave school by supporting micro, small enterprises, a structure that will start governing by rule of law, a structure that will fight corruption. This is the structure we need now. So I believe that the people know what I'm fighting for. Where do we want to be in the world of today?
To take, then we're going to start talking. Thank you very much, mother of all Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. We appreciate you and we love you. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia Tabujumi. I can see you right there as well. Thank you, Madam Martina Abasi TV. And I can see Obi'll. Thank you very much. Ijidima, thank you very much. Madam Iris Finance, thank you very much. God bless every one of you for your support, for your encouragement. And Namdi, I can see you right there. Vitus, CXL, Light Moses, Constant, Henry Gabriel, BTV Niger, and many, many more. Victor Smart, thank you, thank you. And God bless you now. I'm a bright. Thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you all. Rosie Ayosh, thank you. Origin, thank you very much, madam. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all. I thank you, Washington Morige, and many more. I've tried to showcase names already, and I got a super chat earlier on from Edola Wash. Thank you very much, Edola Wash. May God bless you. May pocket never run dry. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like us to take it from here. As you can see, that's the biggest one on our thumbnail, right? The biggest one you can see right there is the University University, the University of Chicago closed down their Twitter account. If they temporarily close down now, if they run, if they're on the run, but one thing I want to let you guys know is this. Just within 24 hours, Nigerians go bombard them on Twitter. They lock their account. That is what makes me happy. It shows that a lot of people are putting the effort into this. To have a new Nigeria, to get yourself out of bondage, captivity, you must put in that maximum effort. If not, you go nowhere. I'm happy that it's affecting everybody right now. Okay, let's go back to Tinubu. Well, I'm not surprised, say, because some of you now think, say, why they play this video? Why they play this video? Now, only the sensible one, everybody gets sensible, but get me. It take time for some people to understand why you play a video. That's why I use the word sensible. Only the proactive, sensible people that will understand why we play video. When I'm not here waiting about the beg, just now say, I'm willing to learn. Nobody is perfect. Nobody knows it all. I understand the suffering. Even Shetima have accepted. These people don't reach there. They don't see how it be. They don't know, say they don't have the knowledge to change Nigeria for better. Now, they are now publicly asking for people to teach them. Listen, if not because of the hate that we are demonstrating or sharing amongst ourselves, allow Obi to handle this thing. Let us now be the one that will criticize Obi. After all, everything we don't talk, maybe God forbid, not feel conduan. Just let him do this thing. Tinubu's supposed to be at home. Everybody will be paying homage to him. He's an elderly man. Normally, He's an elderly man. Because if not because of politics, everybody can say Tinubu, 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 Tinubu left, Tinubu right, Tinubu forward, Tinubu. Because of greed, selfishness. Because if he didn't apply greed or selfishness today, I don't know what Tinubu is looking for. The man get money. This is the things about their house. They read newspaper. They watch all of us from your 10,000 pounds screen, because the Abure 15,000, the most expensive television in the world now, they are saying 17,000 pounds. Let's say, hey, now that one go there in the living room. They watch us from there. The foldable television. Hey, you can't do this job. Just like somebody look at me from afar and I say, wait till Nigeria want to do that, I go feed do am, I go feed do am. Yes, not be to just on life, maybe you can't life. If you can't reach them, you can't fumble. Allow Peter Obi to change Nigeria. This man have repeatedly stated it. Allow me to change Nigeria. I don't have any, I've never met Peter Obi one-on-one in my life. But I can categorically say that Peter Obi will be the best president that have ever happened to Nigeria. Some of them is now, I don't do. You are overemphasizing. You are over this, over that. I'm telling you, Peter Obi will be the best president Nigeria have ever produced. Allow him to change Nigeria for us. Let people pay you homage, Tinubu. Restore your name. Not too late. Come out like you did today. I like that. Although you were stylishly telling people what you are passing through, but this time, there's nothing like stylishly. Come out openly. Tell Nigerians, I apologize. I have to resign. I didn't win this election. Just imagine, God, that happened. Just imagine that happened. Me personally, I don't know about you, I will honor Tinubu forever. Because everybody have committed one or two sins in life. The ability and the God, how do I put it? There's a word I wanted to use, to come out to tell the people that I did this, forgive me. Mahmoud Yakubu, come out, confess. Confess to the world what you did. Because your decision have taken a lot of lives as we are speaking right now in Nigeria. Confess. Now one life. Just one life. The money where you get, you go eat them for, you and your children go eat them forever and not go ever finish. I don't understand. For me though, I don't know. I feel big more when I'm doing the right thing. Because me, I like praise. Oh, I don't know why. I like praise. When I do the right thing, people, they mention my name. Me or the bukai. Hey, how they do? Raise my hand like this. I don't want to do the wrong thing and people will be hailing me. No, I don't like it. My spirit don't like it. I can't live with it. I can't sleep. Guilt will consume me. Do the right thing. Let people sing your praises. It's beautiful. When they sleep, the way you take they relax. Oh God, I wish some will understand what I'm saying. Do you know what it takes when you do the wrong thing? Your heart beats. It even beats faster. You don't have peace of mind. Then what's the need of living? What's the need of living, or what's the importance of life if you don't have rest of mind? Just do the right thing. Judiciary. Although I know it can never happen. Tinubu can never come out to confess or tell anybody, oh, I didn't win it. Satanic Yakubu will not do it. Then, judiciary, you never made mistake at the moment. You have all the opportunity to do it. Do the right thing. Just do the right thing, man. Let people like me and many others that have never ever trusted you to start trusting you. For me, I've never trusted Nigerian government. I've never trusted Nigerian judiciary. And they talk my own anytime. Just do the right thing. Make we start to say, oh, wow. If you ask me, I trust the judiciary of the United Kingdom. Where me for grow up. I trust it. Even though I know, say, there's racism in the UK. I trust their judiciary. We can do the same. In fact, we can even do better. Let's do the right thing, my people. We have one life to live. None of us is going to live forever. You don't need to be paid for you to do the right thing. That is where most of us are getting it all wrong. Everybody wants to be rich overnight. You now see 13 years old, 12 years old, 14 years old with ritualism in the name of Yahoo Yahoo. Everybody wants to be rich. You now see 12 years, 13, 14, 15 years upward. Now doing Olosho. Or in the name, I want to survive, I want to live, I want to have money. A lot of things is wrong in our country, man. A lot of things is wrong. A lot. Nothing they work for Nigeria. Now they understand. It's even worse right now. It's really, really worse right now. The rate of insecurity has skyrocketed. The rate of Oloshoism, if that is the right word, Alex, not the may correct me, have skyrocketed. The rate of Yahooism have skyrocketed. Armed robber, kidnapping, terrorism, and many others, anything to do with crime, have skyrocketed. So how are we going to continue like this? How? We can't continue like this. Unemployment rate have dropped from 5.3% to now 4.1%. I don't know. We can't continue like this, my people. If we continue like this, dollar go soon reach 5,000 naira. A pound go reach 10,000 naira. The unfortunate part of it that we have people that will laugh at us, that will curse us, that will still come here now to say, I beg you, Tinubu now feed on your OB. Because when I comment on other platforms, now so that they respond to me, now your OB go do am. Just imagine. Some even call me an Igbo man. All these Igbo people, they don't still come here. That's what some of them responded to my comments. All these Igbo people don't come here. It's like the Igbo people are the target. Why, my people? Why? Is the situation of the country not affecting you? Why are you bringing tribalism into it? Ethnicism? Why? Wow. Let's take this article together. I would like to quickly take on this Chicago University. They never see anything. This say we can't play, right? Let me quickly put this on the screen so that we can take it together. Please press on the like button, my people. Help us to share. Press on the like button and help us to share. Okay, there you go. I'll post out a link soon. Or should I? Let me post the link now so that people can be joining. I forgot. Let me just post a link now. Okay, in case you want to join the panel, I'm posting out a link straight away. That is it. Click on it. Join us here and let's do this together. Thank you very much, people. I appreciate you all. I want to appreciate somebody super chatted me just now, Henry Gabriel. Thank you very much, sir. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. May God bless you. Thanks for your continuous encouragement. Guys, please press on the like button. Our voices needs to go far. let's talk about the things that's affecting you and I. It's very, very important we do this together. Press on that like button. I can see that it just looks as if people they hear me, but they're not pressing it. Please, if you can press on the like button, that would be nice. Let's do this together, my people. Now, God, now God bless every one of you right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can see some of you coming in right now. I want you all to know that I appreciate you all for your continuous encouragement. Please help us to share our videos, help us to like our videos, click on the join button to join our membership program, subscribe to our channel, hit the notification bell to be notified whenever we are here. And yes, our Naira account, I'll put that on the screen shortly. Support us. Nothing is too big, nothing is too small. Encourage us. It's very, very important. We need encouragement to continue to do what we are doing. Everybody in life needs encouragement. Anyhow you want to encourage us, always encourage us. Don't join the league that come here to discourage us or insult us. It's not nice. If you have eyes, you should know that we're doing the right thing. I appreciate every one of you, my people. I would like to accept my people in right now. Before I do that, let me quickly put our account there in case anybody want to support what we are doing. Click just take the number. I say click. My mouth don't full with click. Mr. Henry Gabriel, I don't see you, sir. Mr. Felix, I don't see you. Madam Patricia, I don't see you. Black Panther, I don't see you. Mr. Alaba is with us. Wonderful, because I can't wait to hear from you today. I don't see you as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my wonderful people. Let me accept people in right now. Let me start doing that straight away. Mr. Emmanuel, Emmanuel, I don't see you, sir. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Now, God will bless all of you. I will acknowledge you all shortly. Let me just quickly take on this article together. Then we take it from there.
Mr. Avis, don't change it's a Chicago State University. You wrote Chicago University. It's different. Chicago State University is supposed to be.
Is it two?
They're different university entirely.
Yeah. The University of Chicago.
No, Chicago State University.
And Chicago University, they are different.
And Chicago University, they are different things.
Yeah, there are two different universities. Yeah, one is Ivy League, the other one is local.
You see the logo different too now. You check it. Please try to change it there. Yeah?
Okay. I will certainly change that shortly. Can you imagine? I didn't notice that. It's good.
Whether Jonah swallowed the fish or not, the fish can swallow Jonah. All we know there is swallow. Provided Chicago is there.
All are still Chicago. So far Chicago did there.
No, that one go affect people record though.
This one contract, the other one come out now.
No, it's not the same. One is an Ivy League school. The other one is a local school.
The other one is a local school.
He get one when my father tell us that time. He say if small pikin do bad thing, once you don't talk all the bad thing where you do finish, you go ask small one general. Now you go call deny the one way you not do for inside. I said the one way you do.
I beg you, small first they go this one where you put here. Now.
Okay. No wahala. I go try. I go change out. I go change out. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you all. But meanwhile, let us quickly take on this article here. Then I'll come back to everybody. Okay, we have somebody else on the backstage. I'll come to everybody. Please, everybody just stay mute. Let me take this. Oh, I need to remove this from the screen. One moment, my people. Okay, let me quickly take this here. As you all can see right there, Tinubu certificate, Chicago State University logs X, say Twitter now they conscience to X now. A lot of people are still confused. Lock S account after backlash. Okay, I'd like us to take it from here. There's so many adverts everywhere. Chicago State University, the United States has put its X page on private after some Nigerians allegedly stormed the page to inquired whether or not President Bola Tinubu truly graduated from the institution. This is in the wake of a petition filed by the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, in a United States court to obtain information about Tinubu's academic record at this Chicago State University. A check on the page, which was earlier public on Tuesday, showed it has now been put on private with a message: these posts are protected. Only confirmed followers have access to at Chicago State post and complete profile. Tap to follow. Okay, that's the only thing they've put there right now. Okay, I'll just stop it right there. I don't really have much to read here. The headline is good on that. Okay, let me take on another one sharply. You know, this is the last one I want to take right here so we can move on, my people. I have somebody on the backstage. I will add you shortly. Please bear with me. Let me quickly put this here from the Labour Party National Chairman, Julius Abure. His statement right there in America. Let's take this together, my people. There you go. Okay. As you can see, Obi'll will soon be declared Nigeria president. Abure tells Nigerians in the US. So I'll read from here. Julius Abure, national chairman of Labour Party LP, says Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the party, will be declared president of Nigeria by the tribunal. Abure spoke while addressing some Nigerians in the United States during a tour of the country. 1 minute, guys. You know, not say how they use one hand, they remove some things. How they find as I want to read. It's terrible. It's terrible. You cannot just bombard everywhere like this. Okay. Okay, I have one line for you. Obi, who came third in the presidential election, held in February, and his party are challenging the outcome of the poll. Okay, let's see. Okay, continue right here. They are asking the court to nullify the victory of Bola Tinubu, candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC. Abure, who is on a tour to the United Kingdom and the US, said the judgment by the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, PEPT, is expected to come on or before September 16. Following Peter Obi's participation in the 2023 general election, which changed the political narratives in Nigeria. We gave them a run for their money, he said. They have murdered sleep and they will sleep no more. They have stolen what is not for them, and they will not sleep until we recover it all. Okay, I think that is it right there. Thank you very much, my people. That is all we have right now. I think while I try to change what we put there earlier on, I will, you know, please, Ogbona, turn off your camera. We don't like movement on camera anymore on the platform, please. If you want to be moving from one seat to another, just turn it off. Better. Thank you, sir. You know, all right. Let me quickly acknowledge the people that is right here with us. Let me start with the first person, Mr. Henry. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Elvis. Thank you for the wonderful job you're doing. Thank you for letting our people know what is going on in Nigeria. And thank you for the parallelist. We are here to debate on matters that concerns us. Looking forward.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. Let me call on the next person, which is Oga Felix. It's good to have you on the panel, sir. How are you doing today? Happy.
I get to my beloved brother. May I ask you one question? Result where you take where you dey reach so as we take on here. How it happen? I been a Yakub Mamu right on because before you talk, say you want send link, me don't click on. It can't the row. No problem. Shall we see in court? I greet my people. Comment section and all that.
Your internet too slow.
My internet.
Exactly.
Not be Tinubu internet that they use. Oh,
no,
na EU.
Na Jama ono. Now they use Jama power. Now they use
Jama. Okay, na Jama machine. No wonder. I don't understand Hitler.
Oh God, blame your internet. Your internet not good.
No worry, we'll see for court. I go forget you, my brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let me call on the next person. Thank you very much, Madam Patricia. It's good to have you on the panel. Good evening to you, ma. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. Good evening, everybody. And good morning, good afternoon from wherever you're watching us from. Thank you for having me. Good morning, good evening, Mommy Diaspora. We love you. Thank you for all that you do for us. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you very much, man. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Black Panther, it's good to have you on the panel. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine, but I'm really angry at the whole thing that is happening. And I believe Nigerians are angry at everything that is happening. Most especially, we are angry at the University State of Chicago. We are really angry at them and angry with so many things that is happening. Nigeria is in a disarray. Nigeria is less than an handicap the way it is now. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
You're right. I support you on that, my brother. Thank you very much. Anyway, we're going to expatiate on that shortly. Thank you very much, Mr. Alaba. It's good to have you here. I'm very happy that you find time to join us today. How are you doing today, sir? Good evening to you.
Yeah, all protocols observed. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I didn't go to work today. That's why I'm able to join via video. It's always difficult to do it from my job website. I can't, government website. If I join private, I might be in trouble. So that's why you've not been seeing me, but I'm always following, on the everything that is going on. I want to thank you very much for what you're doing. You're doing a great job. You have to keep informing Nigerians and keep letting people know. God will continue to bless you and all the panelists and everybody. By God's grace, we are going to get our mandate back.
Amen. Amen.
My brother, Mr. Alaba, no worry. Once our principal enter, we will give you Mr. Peter Obi, SLS network when they use so that may die on work or not they fuck up again.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. May God bless you. F. Emmanuel, it's good to have you on the panel, sir. How are you doing today? Okay, F. Emmanuel, you are not there right now.
My brother, they here. They always they rush. Calm down.
Okay. Wonderful. Good evening to you, sir. I beg, talk to us. How are you doing today?
I did. Good afternoon. How are you today?
Yes, so we are happy, especially when you are with us here now. Thank you.
Wow. Anyway, I greet each and every one of you, all my Edo in-laws. I hail all my colleague and panelists. I hail you. Today is going to be a wonderful day. Chicago is on fire.
Exactly.
My brother, our beloved brother, Mr. Elvis, not be say they rush. We not get time to check time. The other time, I tell her, say, if you call me once, call me 2 times, I don't answer you. Come on me for panel. No time to check time, my brother, because the time we don't to waste time for all these political dealers. We not get time to check time again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. God bless you. All right, Madam Ame, it's good to have you with us today. Good evening to you, ma. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Mr. Elvis. It's a pleasure being with you people. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Good evening to the Obedience and Nigeria family. I appreciate Mr. Elvis. Thank you for your great job for our motherland. And I'm really happy to hear from Abure that Obi'll will soon be declared, because I was almost done already, getting fed up. I was trying to say, no, I'm not the kind of person that if I'm fighting, I don't quickly give up. I was just managing to say, until you also, Elvis, you also gave me the mind yesterday. You also cooled me down. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Yeah, together we are going to have a
My brother, today, now so retaliation, me one can retaliate today. You cool everybody down. Now let me when you know they cool down. Now worry, we'll see for Amagba.
No, now you and now let's go see for Amagba.
No, we'll carry your body.
Me not there, Amagba.
Don't worry, you know call Amagba.
All right, no wahala. If Alex invite me,
you must come. But if Alex become the governor or the vice governor of Edo State, you must come and we'll go chop a black soup.
No wahala. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Mazi Ogbona, it's good to have you on the broadcast. It's been a while. Good evening to you, sir. How are you doing today? Okay, you are not there, Mazi Ogbona. We can't hear you. Okay, I'll move on now to Mr. Moses. It's good to have you on the show. How are you doing today, sir?
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. I'm gentle today because everything don't tire me, sir.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to quickly acknowledge you. Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Please stay mute, sir. Stay mute. Stay mute. We are hearing your child's voice, please. Okay. Thank you. All right. Please, if I call you and you have noise on your background, it is better you don't answer at all than to answer and the noise coming to the live broadcast. You know, whatever that comes to the broadcast is recorded. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your understanding. I guess that is the exact logo, right? The one I put there now. My people, is that, can anybody?
Yes, that's the correct one. Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Thank you. Thank you very much, my people. God bless you all. Okay, now let me call on the first person to speak to us. I would like to start with Mr. Alaba. Please, my people, it's supposed to be Mr. Henry, but Mr. Alaba have a lot because he reached out to Chicago State University and we talked about it briefly yesterday, but we're looking to expatiate on it, but he could not join us. So he's with us today. So I'd like us to hear from him to tell us how it went and the outcome of everything, you know, from him. Talk to us, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi everybody. Good evening, everybody. Nigeria Watch family. God bless all of you. God bless you, Mr. Elvis. So this is on. You know, I will just sit by the internet, just watching all these bloggers and everybody. So in one of the blogging, I saw that they said that in 1999, Tinubu presented a page of this yearbook at Chicago State University at Chicago State University to the Senate in Lagos, and it was recorded in the Senate in Lagos that he went to school. Then the thing just hit me. Wait a minute. When you apply for a job and you want to use your university degree, it's either you send in your transcript or your certificate. That who goes, I have never heard in my life of anybody submitting a page of the school yearbook. Every school has a yearbook. That why would this man submit? Then they show the picture of him there, something that looks like him, which we are not even sure is him. So it just struck me. I live here in Chicago. I have already initial contact with Chicago State. When I first came to America, I was supposed to go from Belgium. I was supposed to go to American University in Washington, but my sister lives here in Chicago. So she said, you don't know anybody there, that we're going to change your school. Just take your visa and go to Chicago State. They will change it for you. So I have contact with, although I registered there, I never finished there, and I eventually left the place. So I said, and the place is just like 10 blocks away from where I live. So on Saturday morning, I just went down to the library to go talk to the librarian that, okay, your yearbook, 19... Then first I Googled it before I went to Chicago State on Saturday morning. I Googled Chicago State University yearbook, because virtually everything you can find on the internet these days, you don't even need. And I noticed that, okay, 1980 was there, 78, 76, 77 was there, but 79 was not there. So I went to the library to go talk to the librarian. Your yearbook for 1979, can I see it? It should be in the library. Then the lady told me, yes, it's in the library, and that, but it's in archives because it's a long time, and that they would she gave me names of people I can contact to quickly get it. The archivist, the person in charge of archives, is on vacation. Will be back September 5, but I can get it. So on Monday morning, as soon as I got to work, I just shoot them an email that 1979 yearbook, I want to see it, and that I'm doing a research and I need to find it. So within hours, they responded back to me. Even their registrar responded back to me that they would get it. They're not sure they have one, but eventually they dug it out. So what happened was that 1979 and 1980 yearbook were merged together as one. So they sent me the entire thing. I did send it to Mr. Elvis if he wants to go through. So you go through the page. In the things Tinubu submitted to the Senate in Lagos, he said he was chairman of the African Student Union, chairman of this, chairman of that. None of those things are in that yearbook. In fact, by a picture that looks like him, which I'm not still sure it's him, the name Bola A is not Tinubu, it's THUNBU. THUNV, THUNV, TOV. It's not Tinubu. So universities don't make mistakes with name. If you're with them for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, they've got enough time to correct the spelling of your name.
Exactly.
Nobody makes a mistake with name that would have 6 letters and write it as 5 letters with 2 letters different. 2 letters are different, H and V. 6 letters. I mean, you've been with them 3 years, 2 years. You've had time. You take your courses every time result comes out to adjust your name. There's no typo that will make a name. So that means this man hit a jackpot in 1979. He suddenly came across the picture of this Bola Atov that kind of looked like him, which is not him. You understand? And from there, he ran with it. So I started digging further. What are the things presented in court, in Nigerian court and here? First was the one he did on the internet, the Chicago State, for the one everybody is calling fake certificate he submitted to INEC. That one is obviously fake. So apparently, this Tinubu man, he's a very dangerous man. He's a mafia. So when lawyer Enaoro requested a court subpoena for the copy of his certificate, apparently he has his own people in Chicago State. I don't know whether they are in Chicago State or somewhere that are churning out fake certificate. So the court subpoenaed certificate they gave Enaoro is also fake. How do we know this? At the hearing in Chicago on August 19 or whatever, at that hearing, when the counsel for Chicago State got to court and they presented the INEC certificate, they immediately recognized that one as fake. Then when they presented the court subpoenaed certificate from Enaoro, the counsel said, whoa, wait, give us, you have to adjourn, give us time. This is not our certificate. So apparently, Tinubu have been trailing people in Nigeria. When they go request for document in Chicago State, he will go and get his Oluwole people here in Chicago to print another fake one. This is good for us in the case of Obi, because right now, whatever he must have submitted to the presidential election tribunal, everything will be fake, because they have people here, they are paid, that are churning out fake certificate. Let me tell you how they know that that second one by the lawyer is also fake. It's because they had this Dr. Enora Daniels on there. Dr. Daniels never joined Chicago State until 1998. So there is no way she can sign a certificate for 1979. So all the things Tinubu has presented are fakely generated. Where he's getting them, only God knows. Now, Chicago State itself is in trouble right now because they got some explanation to do, because in the court papers that was presented to INEC, to the Presidential Election Tribunal, they had it there that they do not have social security number for Tinubu or whatever letter, which I think is fake. And people should dig. It's just that Nigerian press are useless. This is the type of job they're supposed to be doing, but everybody in that country, most of them are just useless. Anyway, so the social security card, it doesn't have, they don't know how he paid school fees. They don't know how. And we know that Udenya has already told us that whoever has that name, Bola Atov, was female and is an American citizen. So it's not this Tinubu. So this is a clear case of Oriolori, Oluwole, stolen identity. So what we have to do is, as people who are talking, it's not enough that they are closing down their Twitter account. Mr. Elvis, the information of Chicago State with their registrar that's in that letter that I sent you, and their phone number and their email, put it out for the public, for Nigerians. We are 200 million people. Everybody must be sending them email, calling them. We want to know what is going on. Who is this guy? Tinubu, are you selling certificates? So it's not enough that they close Twitter. We have to be on them, like we are on all eyes on the judiciary, because this is what I think is going. I think Chicago State too in trouble now because
my brother, sorry to interject. Right
yeah.
now, as we are saying, all eye on the judiciary. The second one is all eye on Chicago University, Chicago State
No, not
University.
all eye. We have the email of their registrar. We have their phone. We bombard them with email. When they get emails from about 100,000, 100 million people, they would know this is serious. Something. Then probably the FBI will pick up the case and fish out whatever cartel is churning out fake certificate. Because now they have even produced fake documents to the court system, both here in America and in Nigeria. All the things he presented to the Presidential Election Tribunal are fake. Because Dr. Daniels cannot sign anything because she wasn't even there when he was a student.
Yeah, and it should be backed up with protests as well for those yes.
So, Chicago State should be on hot fire on the internet until news people like CNN picks it up. The Department of Education in the US pick up an investigation on who is Bola Tinubu. How did this? It's not even Tinubu that's on their graduation list. So, and then another question I wanted people to do in Nigeria is that, okay, he said he submitted this page to this yearbook page to the Senate in Lagos, right? They should go and see whether the name under that picture was spelled properly. That's how you're going to really know they are the ones doing it. Because if it was spelled wrong, like THUNV, as they have it on the student yearbook, we would know, okay. But if he had changed it, if he had corrected it to Tinubu, you get the Bola A Tinubu in what they submitted to the Senate, then you know they are the real culprit. Although I know they are the real culprit, but this is more evidence to dig out. It's just that you're dealing with a criminal organization, a criminal. These are hardened criminals. These are not by the roadside criminals. These are people who took Oluwole of Lagos and took it international. You know, and the lawyers that represented him, the Nigerian press, if they were not useless, they should be on them. Their certificate should be withdrawn because you're not supposed to present a forged document to the court system. It's as if these people have no end in stopping their crime, no end in sight for them. So what we can do as the people is we keep putting this information out. The registrar you have is our response to me. You have our email. We put it out. People, Nigerians, contact this woman. Call live. You can call if you're in the state. Email her. We want to know who is Bola Tinubu and who is the syndicate that is producing fake documents from your university. Who are they?
My brother, sorry to interject. I think this issue now, for those of us that are in the US, is a big responsibility for us to dig deeper on this matter. Forget the obedience that are in Nigeria. For those of us, now this is the right time now for us to go all out strategically to make sure that we get to the bottom line of this issue, because we are already in the state here.
So I don't think that picture is him. I think the person slightly look like him. The name spelling is wrong, and he has been running with that since then. Because somebody who does not have high school information, how did you get into a university? University must have admission paper. So this, what's his name? Atiku's court case is a very good case. And that's why Atiku is happy. That's why Atiku can tweet that the fowl, we go soon see chicken yansh that wind don't blow, because he knows that once the court was only that they will be issuing the judgment or more continuance on the 23rd, which is longer than when the tribunal is supposed to deliver. So because we don't want our tribunal to escape on technicality.
Information also reached me from a reliable source, but I would not like to quote my source, that article said that he doesn't mind even though Peter Obi emerged as the president, but his mission is never to see Tinubu rule as the president of Nigeria.
That's good. That's good, because that man is a hardened criminal, and all the lawyers that are surrounding him, and that are support. They know all these things. How do you go and generate another fake document to present to the court? Who does that? So everything they presented is fake. And Nora Daniels cannot sign anything. She cannot sign a certificate because she wasn't even there when you graduated. And all the people they put there, so they have their people. Maybe they have their own printing press somewhere. So as soon as letters come from Nigeria, we want to find out about this person. They go and generate something. And then one additional point, the student alumni that he joined, he only joined the alumni in 2021. There's nothing like Bola A. Tob or Bola A. Tinubu with the alumni online. So this is, you're just dealing with a hardened criminal, with a terrible criminal. Those are my submission. We must put it all there, put out that registrar's email. It's not just closing Twitter. By the time their email system shuts down from email, phone call, and people, we want to know who is Tinubu, who is printing fake document from your university, because it's a serious offense. And I'm sure the court will get to the bottom of it. I mean, their lawyer had to say, wait. This is not from us. And that was what was presented to the Presidential Election Tribunal. You remember he said he submitted his transcript. Those are not from them. So what is going on? That's all I have to say for now. And those are other people can talk. And
all right. Thank you. Thank you very much, my people. Before I will allow other people to speak, we have our other concerns brothers currently talking about this particular statement issue right now on Twitter. I would like us to carry them along for the next 20 minutes so that we can pick more information from there to continue with our broadcast, if that's okay with everybody. Thank you. One moment. Let me put this on the screen. Let's take it from here. My people, please press on the like button. They say, Pikin will say, my man not go sleep. He said not go sleep. I've been up to the come. So let's take it from here, my people. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Let's listen to this.
Because Chicago State University, and I want to make a call especially to any foreign, especially if you're in the US, any media personality, if you're on this space, this is a free case for you. This is a free digging, a free discovery, a free material for you to go and dig and work with. I can tell for certain. I mean, I'm so sure. I would be entirely surprised if, I don't want to read that myself, that Chicago State University it may not be the entire school in itself, but there are some dirty people inside that school that needs to be removed. And if you are here, you attended Chicago State University, your parents, your grandparents, great-great-grandparents attended that school, go and tell them that they should call their school, that their school is about to make their certificate very useless. Because if they don't attend to this the way it is going, I don't think people understand how powerful Nigerians are, especially when Nigerians are resolved to do something. If you look at even abroad, the way they like to identify with Nigerians, especially when it comes to social media activities, you will know that Nigeria is a force to reckon with. So Chicago State University needs to help themselves. It's annoying me is that it's annoying. For example, if this was, the way they say Steve Jobs dropped out of school, if this was a real great person, someone that has achieved, and you are trying to protect the person, I'll say, okay, it's worth it. You are trying to protect someone that forfeited $460,000 in 1993. Officially, this is not rumor. This is not. If you go to the Chicago State Court, Illinois Court, you will see it there. Forfeited $460,000 in 1993. Why? It was said to be a proceed of narcotics. If you think narcotics as in cocaine trafficking and money laundering, that's who you're supposed to protect. I mean, I'm okay if you want to protect Jesus Christ, if you want to protect Pope John Paul, but it's annoying me because you are choosing to protect a criminal for some reason. As in, if there's any other person you should be eager to give the certificate, and all you need to do, nobody. Why on earth? I mean, I think it was on Sunday, I was online, and I saw that video where someone was scrolling through the yearbook, and the person started from, I think, 1971. I saw 1971. And in my mind, I was like, I don't want to believe this. I don't want to believe 1979 will not be this place. Lo and behold, I saw 1978, and it jumped. I saw 1980. I was like, what? That's where it just rang in my head. Is Chicago State University going this far? Or whoever was paid in that school going this far? And if I just need the school to know that this is how Tinubu work. After he has maimed your image, he will dump you very, very fast. So if you know what you are doing, return our yearbook, because now that 1979 yearbook is everybody's yearbook. Please return our yearbook. We have been looking for Tinubu. We've even heard that, some people said, they said it's in 1980. Then they go to look for 1980. We are not seeing it here. Please bring back our yearbook. Bring back our yearbook. It is very important. And that's for that answer. Saddam, thank you for this is something that I've been pressing in my heart for a long time as well. The free Chike Abizim, sorry if I don't pronounce the name very well. It's for me, it is the height of rascality. It is the height of rascality. It's a very sad thing. I mean, I'm just thinking, like we were saying just now, Peter Obi, for example, do you know if Peter Obi wants to betray people in prison, Bashir will be in prison, Lino Mokri will be in prison, Fanika Ode will be in prison. In fact, almost all APC people, they will be in prison. Do you know how many? Festus Keyamo will be in prison. Festus Keyamo accused Peter Obi of giving 2 billion to a pastor in this country. He did it so bad that EU, the European Union, flagged that for him as fake news. But today, Festus Keyamo is a minister. So, for someone that reported something that have been on the air, reported, you go, I mean, you couldn't see the person's, if you couldn't see the person himself, then you rest. You go ahead and carry the person's brother. So I'm calling out on you, DSS, police, whoever you are, Fashola, you yourself, that, I mean, we cannot continue in this lawlessness in Nigeria. That's why I really would urge everybody, please, that hashtag will not cost you anything. Let's make, if you can make multiple tweets with that hashtag, it will not cost you anything. Like Saddam said, an injury to one should be an injury to all. So please and please, let's add our voice, because it's becoming very, very, I mean, I see, it's tweet every now and then. I've even made hashtags. I've tweeted with the hashtag a couple of times before, and I know a couple of us have done that. But, something I just thought, I beg, soon they go release them. Just free chicken. And I was shocked, like, still, as of last week, I saw a tweet against saying they've not released it. I'm like, what's going on in this country? How do you intimidate people so badly? So if you are here, you are DSS, you are police. Maybe you are just one of the good ones. Please, in your own capacity, go and add your voice. We can't keep living in this country like this. As me, I did now, they beg people make this country not implode. And lastly, talking about, PEPC giving us a date. I think it is becoming very, very annoying. It is becoming very, very annoying. I did some kind of, minor analysis on 1MMC space yesterday, and I said this. I said, first of all, we all know, and for the records, whatever, news came out yesterday, okay, we eventually found out that news was not true, of which, let me just say it loud and clear. Justice Samani, Ada, Ugo, Bolaji, and what they call Bello. See, if that is inside your mind, if what is inside your mind, is to make that judgment September 16, kill it inside your mind. Just as in, kill it. Don't even be thinking it. I said it yesterday. Anything that makes this judgment approach at more than 10 days before that September 16, you are a suspect, and you will be treated as a suspect in this country. Because I don't even know what you are trying to do. Let's even assume that, of course, I think I'd done that calculation like 6 months ago, 2 months ago. And I know that, 180 days ends September 16th. And for people that are here, I know a couple of people yesterday thought, if they say September 16th is okay, it's not okay. It's not okay at all for so many reasons. It's not okay. It's not okay. Let me just be like that. It is not okay for any reason. So we are not going to accept. I'm glad that they eventually said it yesterday that, oh, it is not the real news. So I'm just going to assume that you people are not thinking it. Please, if you are thinking it, kill it from your mind, kill it from your being, kill it from your brain. We are not accepting any September 16th. September 16th, 180 days is not supposed for you, it's not for you to use the entire number of days. And yesterday I was saying on this thing that this case finished earlier than was supposed to be proposed. For those of you that don't know, the pre-hearing started on May 8th and ended May 23rd. And of course, after then they did the one bed. Then the hearing in itself started May 30th. May 30th. And you know, between May 30th and I think June 23rd, Peter Obi'll and his legal team, Atiku and the petitioners generally started presenting their evidence and making their case. Then after they did that, if you all can remember, they went on what they call him, Olani Peko, and the guy said, oh, they wanted to take break to go on Salah break, and everybody said, okay, no problem. They went on like 1 week break, and the case continued again on July 12, 2023. So by the timetable that the court had given before, the first petitioner or the first respondent, which is INEC, were supposed to have 5 days to present their case. Tinubu and Shetima were supposed to have 5 days to present their case. Then, what's it called? APC were supposed to have 4 days to present their case. So, which means when they returned back from that Salah break on July 3rd, they were supposed to finish, that the respondent, all these respondents were supposed to finish their case on July 17th before they would do the whole address and whatever. Then, adoption of address was supposed to be on August 12th. And I need people to understand why I'm saying this. On August 12th. But I'm sure all of us followed the case here. What eventually happened was that even after the first day, INEC, the guy that was supposed to come for INEC, of course, for the fear of LP's lawyer, decided not to come. And one way or the other, even after their evidence presentation, they finished in like 2 or 3 days, which means they finished around 6th of July. If you can remember, I think that was a Wednesday. They finished around 6th of July, which now brought the date backward. So eventually, all this led to us adopting address on the 2nd of August. Remember, the day they were supposed to adopt address was supposed to be 12th of August. They eventually adopted the written address on not even on the 2nd, on the 1st of August. Which means the case finished earlier, 11 days earlier than the judges had proposed. So let's even imagine that the judges felt like, oh, after 12th of August, they will need from 12th of August to September 16th to write their judgment, which means they will need, what, about 34 days to write their judgment. Which simply means now that the case has finished earlier, still take your 34 days. It will not still get to September 16th. At the max, you should be giving this judgment by September 4th, at the very highest. Because it has finished earlier. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that it finished earlier, but you still want to take the entire 42 days to write this judgment. Are you God? Are you writing the judgment of heaven and earth? So it is, for me, it's because I have been for me, like Joseph Maxwell says this every time. I mean, let's give them time to write the judgment. So for me, I was like, okay, it's fine. I mean, take 1 month. By next week here, what's next week? I think by Saturday or thereabout. On Saturday, yeah, we make it, what am I even saying? On Friday, on Friday, we make it exactly 1 month. Exactly 1 month since they did address. I'm saying this so that the judges are here. They should not think we are counting with you guys. So don't think people are, no, Nigerians are not, you just shared everything in secrecy. On Friday, yeah, we make it exactly 1 month. All adoption of address, which made Olani Peko to be on his knees to be talking rubbish. It will make it exactly 1 month. What judgment are you writing in 1 month? So for me, I don't want to, first of all, I don't want to be, for me, if you are saying September 10th, I don't want to be hearing it. You don't have any reason to not be giving this judgment now, except you are cooking, which I know you are cooking, but just know this. If you cook for the people to eat, no while people can finish it. But by the time the people cook for you to eat, the question is, can you finish it? So I want to call out the judiciary or all those justices, whatever you think you are doing, please give us a date now. As in, it's urgent. We have to get that date now. Even if you want to collect bribe and give your judgment, just give us a date and give your wrong judgment so that we will know what we want to do. Me, I've said it. I know somebody to come and ask, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Me, I know what I will do. I know that if you people give wrong judgment, as I am, if people decide not, if Nigeria decide not to revote, me as I am, with everything, with my own possibility, what I can do to revote as I am, it may not be against all of you, but the one way go touch, it go still touch him. But me, as a person, I will revote. And if Nigeria rise up, I will join. In fact, gladly, I will join. But I won't even wait for Nigerians to rise up. Me, if not to, I talk yesterday, so politicians are play. I know they play. If not to go learn hacking to start to empty all the money for an account, I go any way to make your life uncomfortable. Me, personally, me on my own, I will do it. Because one thing is certain, if you give the wrong moral judgment in Nigeria, if Nigeria is not going to work for everybody, it will not work for anybody. It will not work for you. Justice Amani, it will not work for you. If you don't want to make it work for anybody, it will not work for you, Justice Ada. It will not, Bolaji, it will not work for you. Ugo, it will not work. Bello, it will not work for anybody in this country. So I want to see what will happen by the time Nigerians, and I'm talking only my own, by the time Nigerians start finding the way they deem fit to also make sure the country becomes uncomfortable for everybody, we all will do it. So I advise, if you want to give wrong judgment, no problem. If you have collected money, go ahead. Shall just give us a date. Stop delaying this thing. Shall just give us a date. If you have collected money, come and give the judgment you have been paid to give. Nobody is begging you again. Shall just give us a date and come and give this judgment. Because I know what people are playing to. You want to play to September 16th. And then you now come on September 16th. And one thing will now happen. One thing will lead to another. You will not be able to give the judgment. Then I want to tell you so that you know that people are thinking ahead of you people. Then you will not shift it to September 17th. Then you will not give judgment that everybody will like. Because one thing people should know in here is that if on September 17th, they will decide to give a judgment that Peter Obi is the substantial president of Nigeria, that judgment is going to be invalid. So if that's your plan, to do it and land and come and give an invalid judgment so that you can say, well, we gave the right judgment, though, it's just because of one thing or the other. And the Supreme Court will not say, the Constitution does not provide for any days more than 180 days. So even though the judgment is correct, see, all these people are thinking in your mind. Don't think you are the one who are thinking it. All of us for Nigeria, you see this evil within Nigeria, it touch all of us get down for our head. Now, just say some of us decide to suppress our evil to play to our good side. But if you want the evil side to run in Nigeria, we will run it together. All of us, we run it together. So please, finally, give us a date. Not just give us a date, give us a date now. And please, I know one year say near September 16th. September 10th is even too far for me. Give us a date now, sharp. So make it
in the aftermath of you guys.
Zozi, Dr. Stina, and Pastor Jacobs. Everybody, Kibati, I see you. Miss Barrett, I see you. All right. How do I start? Okay. So, I went to the Chicago Public Library yesterday. It was quite intense. I went there yesterday to get access to the 1979. I went to two public libraries. They didn't have it, so I had to go to the biggest one in Chicago. So I did that, and miraculously, the 1979 yearbook was not there. And the lady was actually shocked because before I went there, they have a catalog. You can check it online. And they told me that 14 libraries has that, that yearbook in Chicago, 14 libraries. So they gave me the addresses of those libraries. And one of them is the Harold one I went to in Chicago downtown. The rest are just in suburbs, right? So I went there and I checked. The 1979 was not there. Surprisingly, it was not there. So I decided to find out, was there a problem in 1979 that made them postpone the graduation or something? I just wanted to be convinced that I want to know the extent at which they are trying to cover this up, because if there was a graduation in 1979, why all of a sudden the yearbook is just disappearing from every place they know they have record? And one good thing about America is they have one massive database. And the effectiveness of that is when they type in this book, for instance, it will show them all the places they have them. And knowing all those places, they can easily call them to take them off shelf. That is how it works here. So the only way you can actually have access to one of those is if really and truly there was a graduation that happened that year, 1979, and you have access to one of the students by then. They can probably have, their brochure, or they have a yearbook they give each student by then. So that's one of the ways you can get hold of that. So, but then again, as I was doing that, I beginning to see tweets about they found his picture. They found his picture. They found his graduation picture in Chicago State University, and I checked, and I got to realize that it was the one I've seen before, right? But this time around, they claim it was under 1980, right? They claim it was under 1980. So the funny thing about this picture is the yearbook just had names of people, nothing else. Names of people, names and pictures, rather. Names and pictures, nothing else, right? So when I saw that, I compared it to the 1980 I had access to in the library. So what I got to realize was 1980, 1981, and 1982. They combined the 3 years together and created a yearbook for them. So it's a combined yearbook for 1980, 1981, and 1982. So the books they have for them is quite different. They have the one for 1979 separately, 1978 separately. But you see, 1980, 81, and 82, they combined them together. So now that they say they found Tinubu's picture in the 1980 graduation yearbook. So I asked the lady, do you guys have the 1980 yearbook? And she said, yeah. She typed it in the computer, told us how it was, and we went there, we brought out the book. And they didn't allow me to use my phone to snap it. They have a different policy. So what they did was they've already scanned the book from the front page to the back page. They scanned every single thing back to back. They scanned every single thing with the barcode and everything. They scanned it. They have a PDF file for it. So they just requested for my email. So I gave a Bona email, and they sent it to my email. So I had the copy. So immediately I checked it, and I found that it's exactly what I have in front of me. So what happened is the yearbook was so well detailed that from the beginning they took a picture of a couple of buildings and the head of department, the deans, the president, every single thing, the men's sports, women basketball, men basketball, soccer, every single thing. Then they compiled all the graduating students. They have a section for them. All the graduating students, they had a section for them. So the one they claim that they found Tinubu's picture, the regular video that's been going around, that you keep scrolling yearbooks, and you click on, I think 1980 or thereabout. When you click on the 1980, you start seeing different pictures. So, but what I now got to realize was the 1980 front book says reflection. That was all it stated. Reflection. It wasn't showing the year of reflection, but the 1980, 81, and 82, it shows reflection 1980 to 1982. So, but the one they claimed they found Tinubu's picture was just reflection. It didn't state the particular year. All right. So when I checked that, I saw that they only wrote Tinubu and his picture was there. Whereas the one I had the original copy with me. They've combined 3 years together, 80, 81, and 82. So what they did was they put the picture of those students there. They put the course they studied, they graduated with, and the year they graduated. So the first picture you might see 1981. The second one might be 1980. The third person might be 1982. They're just mixing them together like that. But it consists of all those 3 years, 1980, 81, and 82. And I took my time to go through those pictures one by one. Tinubu's name was not there. His picture was not there. I was expecting to see the exact pose of the picture they claim was on the one they carried, they're spreading around, but it wasn't there. So what I thought happened was they inserted his name in one of those catalogs, right? Forgetting that some other people still have hard copies of the original one, and they try to be very clever. All the people, the one they're showing around, the one they're spreading that Tinubu is, graduated, all the people around him, none of those people were actually on the 1980, 81, 82 catalog that I had on in front of me, because I spent time there to look at them
Jimmy,
one by one.
Jimmy,
yeah,
they accuse you of forgery. What do? You forge more.
Bro. So now I now realize that, because last year I went to the Chicago State University to get a copy of this same thing, but I couldn't, right? I'm sure I mentioned it here on Violence Space that they were even trying to take a picture of my plate number, and I had to go with Uber the next time I went there. I knew we had an insider there, because normally when you want to request for documentations like that, you pull out your phone number, your name, email, and all those things, and that's just it. You give them those information and they give you what you want. But surprisingly, this particular guy was insisting on my phone number, so I just gave him one of the burner numbers I had, and he called the number immediately, which was quite scary. He called the number, it was like, it's not going through. Okay, why are you calling the number immediately? What are you trying to achieve? And the thing is, the moment they call the number and it doesn't go through, they won't give you what you want, because they believe you're hiding something. But when you call them, when they call that number and it goes through, they save that number. So anyone that goes there to collect any particular document, they have a record of those people. So with that number, they can easily trace you. They'll find your address and everything. So I refuse to give that number that very day, because I had my phone with me. So if I'm going to go back there, it will be another different ball game entirely. But back to the conversation. So I now got to realize that all the guys around Tinubu, when I did an investigation, because last year when the whole thing was hot, one mad APC guy just, tweeted about the picture we're talking about right now. He tweeted about it. So I did a background check on every single one of those people. Every single one of them. I did a background check on them. And what I found was quite shocking, because if that was the case, if we're to go by the names of those people around Tinubu, Tinubu would be the youngest student in that class. He will be the youngest student. There was one that was born in 1898 or something like that. One of the students there, 1898. And I checked the age range. They were way too older than Tinubu. As a matter of fact, a lot of them are dead, right? 2 of them are in care home. I was able to speak to one. She I spoke to her through the caregiver with her, and the other ones were not picking up. So when I sat down and thought about it, it could be a wide goose chase looking for those people around that particular picture. So what we could do is get hold of the actual people, because for now, we don't know anyone that graduated in 1979. We don't. This morning, someone posted a video of him searching. I saw that website yesterday while I was searching, but when I clicked on it, it was showing me pictures of recent pictures of the graduating student of 1979. I mean, anybody can say they graduate and they can just put their picture there. There is nothing as important as having the actual one they took at that point in time, right? So, and that was the reason why I didn't pay more, attention to that. But that might come in handy in a way. we can use that to reach out to those people with the names there. I can do a background check on them, find out their names, address, and telephone number. I can reach out to them and confirm if they really did attend that school. And I have 2 names that has been sent to me of people that probably went to that school during 1979 period. So I'll work on that. But for now, Tinubu's name is not on 1980, 81, or 82. So initially they said 79, but when they saw the heat was too much, so I think they just inserted his picture
Jimmy,
in the.
can you check?
Yeah.
1879.
No, 1879. So I don't think he graduated from that school, and there's a lot of things that are not adding up. Okay, so there is this letter they sent to they took APC took to court just to convince the judges that this man went to the school, and it was signed as Exhibit 7. This man went to that school. See the letter where they send us from Chicago State University. See. I mean, the letter is out there. Everybody have access to that letter. And I took closer look at that letter, and they clearly stated that a Tinubu went to that school. A Bola Tinubu went to that school. They didn't say if it's a male or a female. They didn't, right? I believe they are working on that technicalities in that aspect. So they work with technicalities since. So Ebola Ahmed Tinubu went to that school. Yes. Okay. Now, they claim
Bola A.
Bola A, yeah. So they claimed he studied business admin, right? I just checked the website now, and I think business admin it's about, I think, 2 years or 3 years. I'm actually checking the website right now. So but in the letter they said he joined the school in 1977. He started the course in 1977 and he finished in 1979, August 22nd, 1979. So precisely that's going to be 1 year 10 months. I don't think there is a course you can do for 1 year 10 months. I back in 1979, I don't think there is a course.
There is for great men only.
All right, okay, all right. So I think he probably went home to study the rest. The actually great men studied at home, so he completed that when he got home, when he went back home. So he did that till 1979. So that's less than 2 years, actually, less than 2 years for a course that should be, I think, 3 years or so. Now, at the bottom of the letter, they wrote something important. They said that is all the record they have of Bola Tinubu. That is all. They said they do not have a record of his passport, none whatsoever. They do not have a record of his student visa that he used to come and study.
Even his driver license.
This is a university saying,
great men don't need all these things. Jimmy.
So I don't know, go keep person. They don't have any record of his driver's license. And he attended your school. Okay. Let's hope that he didn't have social security. I mean, as an international student. The moment he got there, I think after a year or 6 months, they automatically generate one for him. So they claim he doesn't have a social security number. He doesn't have a passport. So when he doesn't have a passport, so how did he present himself to you guys to have registered him for a course in your school? That is one question. Student visa is the most essential thing, number one thing you need to actually study abroad. Anyone that study abroad here would know that. And lastly, they said no record of how he paid his tuition fees throughout his stay. There, no record, no wire transfer, no Zelle, no Apple Pay, no PayPal, nothing, no Telegram, no Western Union. They had no record of, but he paid the school fees. Now university they talk this one, but he paid the school fees, but they have no record of how he did that in a university, an American university. So all these things are not adding up. not harden up whatsoever. I think it's a situation whereby they tried, or someone within the university tried to cover this up, right? And it got to a level at which it's going to drag the university into the mud. Now that the court has stepped in, let's just hope that the reason why they are blocking all this, they are locking their social media platforms simply because they don't want to engage people. The case is in courts. They are waiting for court's direction to do whatever it is they want to do. Fine, no problem. Let them do that. Tomorrow is the deadline for Atiku's lawyers to reply. By 9 a.m. we should get an update from them. 9 a.m. Chicago time. So we're hoping to get something positive from them tomorrow. Whatever it is, we'll see what's going to happen about this particular issue. I see no reason why you don't want people to have access to your documentation, and you claim it's your private property. The moment you became, or you came out to run for a president of a country, you've made yourself a public figure. People will dig, and Nigerians, they have the right to find out who is representing them. They have the right to know if really and truly this man has that degree he claims he has. They have to. So this goes out to the PDP, APC guys supporting this man. Sit down. That is even if you have any head or brain in your head. Sit down and ask yourself, really and truly, you're supporting this guy. If he really did attend this school, why can't he just show the result? You yourself, personally, you get results whether you feel sure or not, regardless how you did in school. But that's a topic for another day. So
it's going to be
Obedience, there
international
are different
disgrace
ways
for
to go
Tinubu.
about this. A friend of mine drives Uber here every single day. He came up with he met a customer today, he lifted a customer today, and the customer was asking him, how are you? You're from Africa, right? And oh yeah, Africa. Where in Africa? Nigeria. I've been to Africa before. Where have you been to? Uganda. Okay. Nigeria. Nigeria is a big place, a country, blah blah blah. And my friend was telling the guy about a white man, is a lecturer in one of the universities here, was telling the guy about the current president of Nigeria. And the guy was, oh really? Is he that bad? And he was about describing what was going on about him. And he said he claimed he went to Chicago State University, and the man said, oh, is that him? Oh yeah, my student told me about him. This is a professor. Yes. And the guy was telling my friend that, oh yeah, my student told me about him. Oh wow, that is a shame. I read about him recently. I don't know why. It's a shame. Why wouldn't you want to let go? When he dropped the guy, he called me back and was telling me, I was on the phone with him when he picked the guy, and they just started talking immediately. So I told him, I know you, let's talk after this, because sometimes the customers want to have an engagement, sometimes they don't want to. So I told him, let's speak after you drop him. And the guy went to drop him at the airport, and they were speaking, and this man was saying, oh yeah, I heard about him. My student told me about him. Right now, they have issues with Nigerian students in diaspora, well, let me say America, that I know of, that they are beginning to check how legitimate their documents are right now in America. Right now in America, they are beginning to check. You got student visa, they want to find out the procedure at which you got it. They are beginning to scrutinize them all over again. Right. So this is how it's going to happen. At this point in time, that pressure just starts. That pressure just starts. This is going to be an international disgrace. But it will be okay for us to come and see it ourselves. And this is what I want to say to people. Obedient. You can go on Google. Just type in international media platform. 10 international media platform. You will see them. They will list them out. CNN is there. BBC is there. Reuters, Yahoo News, Al Jazeera, Mail Online. The Guardian, Al Arabia, all of them, they did here. They have a section. All the media I just mentioned now, they have a section. They call it Media Story Tip. Media Story Tip. They will give you the conditions. The news has to be newsworthy. It has to be broadcast. They are ready to spend their money to do investigation, but it has to be authentic, no be lie. They put their email there. They put their contact number there. In fact, CNN gets email. They get WhatsApp number. When you save the number, send a message to the WhatsApp number. Let them know what is going on in Nigeria. Let them know the man where them put for power for Nigeria. Because right now, what they don't need is international publicity. We, the Nigerian people, we know this man is not clean, and we did not put him there. Some set of people put him there. We know support this man. Whatever it is they are hiding, whatever racketing they are pulling around, it will fall out. Because when this news media start hearing about these things, they will do their own investigation, and whatever it is they're hiding, everything will come out to limelight. There's no way they can escape it.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. May God bless you all. I would like us to hear from some of our panelists here. May God bless you. I guess we have enough information to talk about, because this certificate issue is what we really need to contemplate about and discuss right now. Because at the end of the day, I don't know why Chicago State University is hiding the details of Tinubu. Meanwhile, I don't know if I'm correct. Till now, we don't know Tinubu's brother or sister. Tinubu not get brother or sister. Can somebody correct me? Because I don't know. Where is Tinubu from? What's his village? Which village he come from? Where he not get sister, he not get brother, he not get mama, he not get papa. Where he come from? Everything about this man is something else. All right, let me call on somebody else to speak to us. Let me move to I don't know. Okay, because the way it is right now, Oga Felix, are you there right now? Okay, let me try Black Panther. Black Panther, are you there with us?
Skip me.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Thank you. All right. Before I come to F. Emmanuel, with the details that we've just listened to and all that, Mr. Alaba, do you have anything to say about it?
Yes, it seems, yes, I have. It seems that a lot of Nigerians are really doing a lot of investigation. I think going forward, I think what we all should do is that we need to stay focused on Chicago State, maybe through email. We put their registrar's email down. We start copying this international press, that what is going on, who is forging certificates there, what's the syndicates they have. They need to come out clean. Who is Bola Tinubu? He has no degree, no record. We want to see, it has to be a campaign. I don't know. I think we have to go after them now, put them on the hot seat, share with media, put their email, the registrar. I'm trying, by the time the registrar gets more than 100,000 or 200,000 emails that is copied to either CNN or any major international press, things will start to move. Because obviously, from what is happening in court, though, it seems that the Tinubu group are forging their own stuff themselves. So Chicago State is now roped in. They're not clean themselves, because they might not know anything about it, but they're dealing with a cartel. So they themselves need to play their part.
Why are they withholding then?
No. They are just waiting for the court to tell them what to do. They are not objecting. It's Tinubu lawyers that are objecting to the release.
Oh, good.
So they should have gone further to prove that it's a case of stolen identity. I don't know why they're not doing that, but they're just waiting. They're waiting for whatever the court tells them because they're also afraid of litigation or, you know, privacy laws. But right now, they have an image problem because a lot of people going to be, your university is selling certificate. You have to deal with it. You have a PR problem by now. Chicago State should be hiring a PR representative to represent them because this man has roped them in. He has soiled them with red oil or with blood or whatever we want to use. You understand? So they're trying to, they're willing to comply from what I'm following in the courts here going on in Illinois, in Chicago. They're willing to comply. You know, they know there's a problem. They know it's not a graduate. All the things that have come out from those schools is not from them. I can tell you that now. All that.
My brother, can I interject? Can I interject, sir? Is it possible for me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you also know that Tinubu has been one of their major financial donors?
I didn't know that. Do you have public information to back that up? We will need things like that.
Exactly.
It's okay. Then I think by tomorrow I'll put it on Niger Watch. The further information for him, so as he can bring it to the to us tomorrow.
We have to have tangible information.
Next time, sir, say allegedly, please. You don't give that kind.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So they have to come out and say what is going on because they know there's a problem. First of all, the name in the picture. Your last speaker was right. There was nowhere that says he graduated. It's just a picture that purportedly looks like him that has the wrong spelling. So there's so many unanswered questions. So they might be assuming they have. In fact, I can tell you, I don't think Chicago State has officially come out anywhere to say this guy is our guy yet. From what I've been following, they have not said this is Bola Tinubu is a product of Chicago State. No, I have just told you that the first certificate is submitted to INEC, fake. The second one, they go through a court process, and you don't get fake document through court process. So that means this mafia is so strong. When you request, they have people who already hijack the request and go generate the fake and send it as official. So this is deep. That's why I said the bombarding of the press of Chicago State on everything should open an FBI investigation on these syndicates, whoever they are, wherever they are. But what concerns us now is that we need to shout to the Nigerian judges. The documents Tinubu gave them are forged. So they shouldn't use that to rule on some BS technicality that, Tinubu won anything. Because, like I told you, Dr. Enora Daniels cannot sign your certificate when she's not even a member of the school.
All right.
So that's forged.
I want you to please send their email on the private chat so that I can put it to the public space.
Okay. Yeah.
If you can do that before we end the broadcast, just put on the private chat.
Yeah, the registrar, right? Particularly the registrar, right?
Yes, sir.
The registrar. Okay, yeah.
All right. I have somebody on the phone. Thank you, Chukun, also for calling in. Thank you very much, sir. Good evening to you. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, sir. Mr. Evans. Thank you for your efforts for a new Nigeria. God will bless you. God will strengthen you more and more. Please, I just have some few questions or suggestions, if you may like, sir. Now, please, I don't know. I heard you telling the last speaker that he should put those officials, I don't know, the registrar, their phone number or email. Please, I also want to beg, if you can help us put the official mail of all these international media, so that we can be copying them. So me, at least, how much that would it cost me, so that we can
hey, please mute yourself. Who is coughing?
Copying them. So that one is one. The secondly, again, I want to ask, I don't know, is it not possible, the other speaker that spoke, I don't know if he resides in Chicago, I don't know, why can't the obedient in US, why can't they just try and sacrifice, and maybe just, it's not a protest, just kind of a formal, concerned Nigerian citizens, maybe like how will I put it now, like an awareness, just to stage an awareness of the university and demand that we want to know who this our so-called president INEC has given us, who he is. Because I believe it will go a long way. Maybe even if it's 10 people, just like stage a walk to the university, we meet some officials there. We want to know. We are concerned Nigerians. So I don't know, but please, that mail address, please.
I will post it to the public shortly. Yes.
So that we can start bombarding them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shukran. So God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. We have Mr. Alex on the phone. Mr. Alex, thank you very much, my brother. Good evening to you. Unfortunately, no space for you to come to the panel. Talk to us.
Yes, Najawash, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, Mr. Najawash?
Yes, very clear. Yeah.
Yes. I want to thank you. So I thank everybody on the panel and those on the comment section and my viewers worldwide. I'm just laughing about Chicago. There's a guy who used to go to Chicago in my father's house growing up. That guy was deported from Chicago 30-something years ago. So when he came to Nigeria, he started calling himself Chicago. So we call him Mr. Chicago. And he lies a lot. Anyways, that's on a lighter note. When you hear about Chicago in our area, you just know that it's about lies and fraud. But for me, I want to hit the name now, Mr. Najawash. You see, Chicago University is playing the hide and seek game. No need to try to embellish it or go on a grammatical circumlocution. No need of a roundabout, dancing. There's no need of a macabre dance. Chicago University, for me, they are displaying corruption. This is what they've been doing. This is what France does to us, the European Union. I thought being in America, like Chicago University, in the most powerful country, these are white people. These are people we look up to. I thought by now they would just come out and say, "Shut up, Mr. Tinubu. We don't know you. You don't drag us into your mess." But allegedly, things have exchanged hands, here and there. Now they are now speaking in the language of Kabakaso. So for me, what Chicago is doing now to the Labour Party and to Nigerian people right now is what the Western world powers are doing to us. Is what France is doing. Is what the European Union is doing. Is what Britain is doing. This is just a sample, like a specimen of the reality. So when we have a whole university of a state as big as Chicago is a big name in America. So for me, I thought corruption is for black people. I thought corruption is for Benin or Nigerians or Ugandans or Ghanaians or Somalians. I didn't know you can find corruption in that kind of country. Shame on those who are covering it up. Shame on those who are trying to make it look as if they collected money from Abure Tinubu, because anything that Tinubu cannot do does not exist. Najawashi, you were asking a question that nobody knows his family. How can you live on earth? You don't have somebody who knows your uncle, who knows your great grandfather, who knows no record whatsoever. So, and Chicago now, for them to just come out straight to the point, bluntly. If it was arresting a little boy selling cracks in the street of Chicago, the Chicago police will round him up, or will round her up. Or, it's just a case of a political hypocrisy. So, guys, I'm not against the Western world, but they are not as Western as you think they are. There's an African mentality in them too. So what is going on right now is like Obi'll and us, the Nigerian people, the suffering Nigerian masses, they are fighting against the rest of the world. This is why you see France is ranting against Nigeria. You see Washington is raising hell against, Bola Tinubu to make sure they carry out war. And Chicago University is hiding the truth from us. So Chicago, I want to say it in our local powers. Chicago, Chicago. This very Chicago is a Benin City. This is not American Chicago. There should be another Chicago. Thank you, Nigeria. Chicago.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you very much for your submission. Chicago. Hi, God. Now, wow. All right. Let me hear from somebody else. I don't know who is ready now, but I'll come to F. Emmanuel.
Mr. I'm ready.
I'm ready.
No, Blapata, hold on. I'll come to you after F. Emmanuel. I'd already book him down. F. Emmanuel, sir, please talk to us.
Good afternoon, good morning, everywhere you're listening from. First of all, I want to join with Alex, Chicago. The fear of Chicago is the beginning of wisdom. Right now, I can assure you that the school right now is already on a bad note with what is happening right now. It's already on a bad note. Anything you hear Chicago, Illinois, my brother, it's a bad name right now. And who has made it to be so? Agbado. So first of all, I want to commend the guy that went to Chicago to do this thorough investigation. This is actually the work of investigative journalism. You know, if our people back home are already doing their work thoroughly, I think they should be the one that should be projecting this, not the obedience, not even the concerned Nigerians. You know, but unfortunately, our media have become a stomach infrastructure that they are scared of government. You know, they only select, they do selective journalism. They select what to say and what not to say, even when they know the truth. It's just unfortunate. Anyway, but I also want to encourage each and every one of us that are here in diaspora, just like the other guy that says you send the email and all that, let's put our head together. This system is a documented society. America is a documented society. No matter how they try to, play pranks, try to hide things and all that, I guarantee you it will be fished out. That I can tell you that it will be fished out. No matter how many billion or trillion Agbado want to bribe, it will be definitely be fished out. Just mark my word. So that's for that. And for the date for the tribunal, whether they want to keep it in December, whether they want to declare it tomorrow, whether they want to do it next week, the only one thing that is constant is that Peter Obi won the election, and he has given the judiciary enough evidence for them to declare him the winner of the election. So there's no going back about it. So let's keep all our hope straight. Let's keep our head high up and make sure that on that day we jellificate, and we on this platform we jellificate. The work, especially with David, that you're doing at the end will be crowned, at least with good things. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and let's do all we need to do. Let's do our individual background check. Let's also do our collective background check and make sure that when the medias are saying A, we already have A and B. At least you can tell them, okay, thank God for social media. The information you're dishing out there is wrong. We have more information since they have decided to be doing their work diligently. That's for that for now. I will talk again, Mr. Elvis. Thank you.
Thank you, F. Emmanuel, sir. Thank you very much for your submission. Okay, let me come to Black Panther. Black Panther, please, 8 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Niger, and thank to everyone. And thank to our brother who stays in Chicago. Thank you for really going deeper into the issues. And thank you. Have some facts, and those facts, we are bound to take those facts and start, exposing those facts to the public. You see, the Chicago State University, I think it's an HBCU university. It's an all-black university.
Correct.
And then, that's what I want to correct Alex. It's not a white, it's also a mix, it's all black university. And what is going on now is that Chicago State University is very, 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 very lucky. The reason why I say so is that the case is in court. And why, as it's in court, they have minimal, their image is a little bit protected because the court will channel the proceeding to them. So if the court says anything, that is what they are going to follow. Because of image protection, that is why they are very, very conservative in speaking out, because they have to follow the court proceeding. That's why I'm saying they are very, very lucky the case is in court. Assuming the case was not in court, that would have been a very big blow to university. and that their image would have been tarnished, and it would have been ringing all over the United States press. And I want us to do one thing, which is going to pile a lot of pressure, because still they will try to protect some little bit of information, but they might bring it out, but they'll still hold some, like all the cartel that are involved, because they themselves don't know the cartel involved, because there is a sort of, what I see there, there's a sort of intersecting email and intersecting information, and they are dishing out those information, like what you're seeing before this, before somebody goes there, there is somebody that have intersected it, and somebody will bring out information different from the one this other man has brought out. Chicago State University is very, very lucky the case is in court. If not, man, if FBI goes in before the court, that would have been detriment, and it would have been written all over the United States. And I want us to do something that we can all go. Me personally, I would do that. I want us to send email to the big news media out there, and they are going to definitely go in and investigate. And we should quote that the case is in court, and these are the reasons why it's in court. As long as they've seen that the president of Nigeria in now is involved, that's a big expose to them, and they will they will go in and investigate it, and they will bring out the court proceeding for the rest of the world to see. It's a big cash. I want to say this now. Those people, I was very angry today. But what brought my anger a little bit down was this Chicago stuff. I was very, very angry. You know, after my analysis, after my own deep investigation, and I put aside Nigeria and what is happening in Nigeria, and put it aside with some where we were coming from, and put some countries that we all got independent at the same time. Not in Africa now, but outside Africa. I begin to see that those of us in diaspora and in Nigeria, the educated ones too, and the non-educated one, that are supporting this man, may God dish out his punishment to every one of them. May it not tarry. May it come upon them instantly. May they cry, and their tears, they would not see anybody to wipe their tears from them. Because this is an international disgrace to a country that many great men fought, our military men fought to sustain and to hold this country. But when we, the offspring of the patriot, when we come out to speak, they will say our mouth is smelling. They will say, oh, Nigeria can start with what somebody has given them, and from there we'll build. Can you build on a ground that is shaky? Can you build a house on a sand? Can you do that? Nigeria has no foundation, and Nigeria cannot build on the foundation that is given to us by some group of lunatics, some group of people that have come from the Sahel. Nigeria cannot take those documents and act on those documents, and you feel that those documents will produce a kind of leadership you want. It is virtually impossible. I am angry that intellectuals has found themselves rubbing mind with cartel, people that have by so many people around the world due to their cartelling in drugs and some other narcotic items. They are flamboyantly going around him and say, oh, this is our president. It is a shame and a slap on every black man on earth.
that we should stood so low, and tear our country apart to support a man that we all know, even your spirit, to all those that are supporting, even your spirit is against you. But you decide to follow and eat from the devil's table. May God show you no mercy, because you have shown Nigeria no mercy. The Bible says, what you sow, you will reap. May God show you no mercy, because you want to see Nigeria fall, and you are standing under the stupid premises of tribalism. May tribalism be buried by the Almighty God, because we are equal before Him. We all came to see tribalism. We all came to meet nepotism here, and we are joined and dining with tribalism and nepotism. I curse tribalism this day, because this is what have been sold to every one of us that don't have brain and can't think. We are there wallowing in impunity and in devilish activities. See your country. Your country doesn't have a military. It doesn't have anything that it can say that I am in Nigeria, I can stand the test of time. Nigeria is a broken state. Nigeria is worse than an epileptic patient. Nigeria is worse than a man that is down in 6 feet now as we are talking. A country that cannot feed himself. A country that cannot feed 20% of the citizens. That country does not, it cannot, it's not supposed to exist. We are supposed to be taken over by any other person that want to come over and take this country from us, because we are not worthy to be called a Nigerian. How can you see your country being drained down and you are sitting down there supporting this man? The same thing you do during Buhari time. We were crying, and we all paid the price Buhari did. And Buhari have damaged our country. And now you're on the second lapse. My conclusion is like this. If Nigeria refuse to bring Peter Obi into this limelight to rule over this country, to change our foundation and give us a new foundation, I will stand and say Nigeria should be dissolved, and we will declare it, and I will go with every man that has stood up to tear this country apart so that we can go our different way. It is absurd, and it is devilish to see a fellow Nigeria seeing all this thing and is still standing on the premises of Igbo people who cannot allow them to rule. May God punish tribalism.
All right.
And if you dance in tribalism, you are included in the cause.
Thank you. Thank you,
Mr. Najawaj. I'm angry with everything called Nigeria now.
I don't understand. Yes, everyone needs to be angry about this, especially those that are still supporting the wrong thing. They know Tinubu is not the right person for the job. He didn't win. They are still saying they want him just because he's from the same village with them. You know, so let me call on the next person. Oga Felix, you were trying to call in earlier on. Are you there now?
I did, my brother. My place was noisy before, so I'm so sorry for that. That is why I decided not to respond before.
Please talk to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my beloved people. My respected brother that you're finished speaking. I disagree with some of your, I can say some part of your statement that about the Chicago State University. The Chicago State University hiding, do we see can hide issue about the real identity of the unselected president of Tinubu? I'm sending a message to the CIA, the FBI, and all the security agencies in America. If you can't go into investigation about the Chicago State University right now under 24 hours, who is Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu? I urge you people to release Hush Puppy, who is in your custody, with immediate effect. We don't need to wait to whether the case is in the court. If you people cannot interpret your constitution, you can't hold on to the democracy you practice by releasing the true identity of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who happened to be the highest elected Nigeria president as we speak. We don't need to wait for the court. American embassy will leave Nigeria with immediate effect. We don't need to wait. We don't wait. Tire. There is no time to waste. We don't get time to check time again. Because Nigeria political dealers, they claim that they are emulating the American democracy. Is it this type of democracy you people practice? By not revealing the true identity of Bola Ahmed Tinubu? If this is the type of democracy, we don't need you people in our country. Pack your load and go before we come and kick you people out from our country. CIA, FBI, go to Chicago State University, go through everything we are be seeking from the State University and present it to the world to see. Prove us wrong if we are be lying. Prove us right if we are be saying the truth. If you people want to still remain, have your embassies around the whole Africa country. It's a shame to the American system that the Chicago State University is only made for foreigners above all blacks. It's a shame for your democracy. It's a shame for your constitution. Is there any place in the world where there is a school built for a single race? Is democracy built for a single race? It's a question. Blessed memory Gaddafi once said, democracy is not made for Africa. If you want each and every part of the world to hold on to democracy, do the right thing by presenting to the world the true identity of each and every person that go through the school, Chicago State University, that go through each and every primary, college, and all schools in your country. Everything is in the system. Bola Ahmed Tinubu with the legal team call you people a fool that declare, make a mistake in this name, in the certificate and others. Is that not enough for you to bring everything to the world, to the news, CNN, Al Jazeera, and the rest, BBC, to tell the whole world what you people represent about democracy? It is now or never. Whether we are not begging people to go to the State University and bring us what we need to see and show the world what we need to see. We already know who is Tinubu. If the so claim Tinubu is a citizen of America in Nigeria Constitution, becoming a president, you don't have to be a citizen of other country. Nigeria judicial system, the political dealers are pushed us to the wall. When you put the go to the wall, when it turn back at you, you will bite. Cat, I'm very glad I'm from the cat family. I represent the cat family. My name is Felix. Cats are very humble and nice, but when they get hungry, they are worse than the lion, tiger, leopard, puma combined together. We are waiting. The Nigeria judicial system, you can extend your day for the final judgment and others. I don't care. I don't give a F. But I'm just waiting. Many Nigerians are waiting. Whether you will decide to do the right thing, save your name, save your family, save your generation of born for the calamity. According to Ariwola said, the sledgehammer that will be before you people if you do the wrong thing. We are waiting to hear the final statement from you people. Then, what will we do? We don't need to talk on air because now it's not time to talk. It's just a little patient we are having. And the patient have get exhausted. Now we have to act. I guess that is all I have to say for now. Because no retreat, no surrender. It is now or never, my brother.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. God bless you, Mr. Felix. I have somebody on the phone. Thank you, Madam Deborah. Thanks for calling in. Please, you have 2 minutes. Talk to us.
Yeah, hello, good evening, Nigeria Watch, and good evening to everyone listening. I just want to quickly make a contribution to the broadcast. What I wanted to contribute is that it's just obvious that the Chicago University is protecting the interests of someone. Let's assume if it's under normal circumstances, if it's just a nobody or an ordinary person that is doing this, they will not waste time to expose the truth. They wouldn't be doing what they're doing. So even though they are just trying to beat around the bush, but it's clear that they are protecting the interests of somebody. Let's assume it's just a normal student or an ordinary person that is trying to do this. They will not waste time to expose the truth, and they'll come out and make a press conference and clarify things. But they have been beating around the bush, not coming out clearly to say this is the fact. They have the record. So they are just trying to protect the interests of Tinubu. But we're not going to let it go. We should continue to mount pressure on them for them to do the right thing. It doesn't take them anything to come out and clarify things. So for them to be beating around the bush and not being clear, it's just just the fact that they are trying to protect somebody's interests. So let's just keep putting pressure on them so that they come out and just let us know the truth. You know, otherwise they too, they are going to tarnish their own image. The fact that they are already a black university, and if they are coming out to protect a criminal, what does that say about them as well?
It's 2 minutes I give, please. 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the good work you're doing.
Thank you, madam. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I have somebody on the phone. Thank you very much, Madam Joy. Thanks for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. You have only 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, I may just be less than that today. I just have a point. Hello, everyone, my wonderful family. our Niger Watch family, our eyes are open. We are not sleeping. No retreat, no surrender. I just want to say something quickly about because I know in America there is this law. It is a country of law. So the fact that Chicago could not give out anything may not really be that they are hiding everything. For example, I can't have an access to my daughter's what do you call it? One time I wanted them to have a meeting. They said, no, madam, you can't, because she has not given us authorization. I, as a mother, they will not, unless I sign a paper, she signed that it's okay to give her. That is how strict they are. But what I want us to kind of pay attention to is, my concern is on America, the government of America as it is. Because the fact that they were covering up, they were endorsing, we were crying, and they were having Agbado endorsing him is where my concern is. What I want us to do is we need to gather. However, start raising money. Now we and them all. Even if they try to block Chicago from giving out this information, we will sue them. The one thing I am very happy about this place is that one time I have gone to sue my apartment because they were messing up. So they know law. We too, we are going to gather, find out how we are going to fight this battle, because there's more to this than we are looking at. But God is going to help us.
Thank you.
We will win this battle. God bless you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. We'll win the battle. God bless you. All right. Thank you very much. I'm not picking up calls anymore. Let me come back to the panel again. Let's hear from the next person that we have here. Madam Ame, thank you very much. Oh, we have Mr. Alex calling back. Oh, God. Mr. Alex, come to the panel now. The call is distracting.
Yeah,
You come to the panel now. There's space on the panel.
Should I? Okay, I didn't watch. Okay.
Yeah, come to the
can I
panel.
quickly say a word of first?
But people are waiting now. You don't first call just now. It looks biased.
Okay.
Yes, please. All right, Madam Ame, please, are you there?
My brother, I'm sorry to interject, Mr. Elvis. If there is anybody on backstage, I might come down so that other people can come to come.
No, there's space here. There's space here.
To come and leave their contribution too. In case if there is anybody try to.
That's fine. That's fine. I will do that. Thank you, sir. Madam Ame, are you there? Okay, she's not available. Mr. Edwin, thank you very much, sir, for your patience. Please talk to us, sir. Good evening to you.
Thank you very much, Niger Watch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May God continue to empower you with everything that is human possible, that is positive. Thank you for the fight for the nation of Nigeria and for the citizens of Nigeria. I appreciate you, my brother. You are lovely and wonderful. And fellow panelists, I greet all of you with all utmost respect and comment section, all of you. Viewers and listeners, my well greetings to every one of you in this fight. Thank you very much. Like the guy that spoke from Chicago, he was saying there was no record of visa, there was no record of a driving license or a passport to the guy that was admitted as Bola, and whatever. And we should also not forget that this thing is very, very complicated, because there's also a record in the school that says there was an American citizen that was Bola. So if they cannot have anything passport from Tinubu, that is the beginning of confirmation to say what he has tendered, what he has was crooked. And what he's carrying on is a sign that he never attended that university. Period. It's a very simple common sense that when you add 1 + 1, definitely it's going to give you 2 in an intelligent manner. Otherwise, it will give you a different ratio. So with what we have understood and what we've had, it's clear that he was not even there. So where will he now have a passport or a driver's license to tender when he's not really the baller that attended that school? How will they have his record? Scanned and kept when it's not really the brother that attended that school. These are the ways I have thought about it. And from if you listen very carefully, allegedly, like my Nigeria Watch told me to always put things. Though I have sent some few things to you, and you have your time to do it. Maybe tomorrow I will resume with you and do some certain things with you. It was also clear that the president that was there when most of these things happened was formerly the vice chancellor of that place, one Mr. Dwayne. And this Dwayne, from what we had, has got a lot of records of falsification. Even at the point he was telling one of the lecturers or some people to now accuse a lecturer of sexual harassment. I'll send most of those things to you tomorrow. So, meaning this man has got a very wrong record, and it happens he was a friend to Tinubu, or he was in contact with Tinubu, let me use that word. And at the end of the day, most of these things, when they were going on, it was through him, allegedly, that Tinubu was even became, I mean, he now even became one of the donors of that university. So, but tomorrow, like I have promised, this one I will not forget, I'll push most of those details information and those write up to you, Nigeria Watch, so that you have time to study it if you need bringing it on air. So, what are we saying? Now, they are trying to carry out a forensic audit of the school records now, because he has gone there now to set the school ablaze by saying it was the clerk that made a mistake, and this one now create room and open room to an entire investigation. The board of American University is already opening an investigation. The board of American Students Commission is already opening an investigation as we speak on this Chicago State University. Now, we have to allow it go. But what pains me is that this man has not been able to sit down, go back into total retrospect and ask himself, since last year, 2022, that I have started campaigning, everything that I have ever tendered, everything that I have ever tried to do, Nigerians has come and given me one-on-one close mark. An intelligent person will not say, oh, maybe this is not the will of God. Let me pull out. Let me stop. Let me leave this thing to the hand of God. But I am surprised that he's not seeing it that way. Because it's like he has concluded that it's a do or die, that he must be, and he has won and he will remain. Which of course he never won. Another game is open to play, gentlemen. This kind of a man, he's out to delay, make enough money for himself within a short period of time, gain back his election money, election campaign funds he used to do all sort of rubbish, get them back before he would not yield. Because I am seeing one thing. If they declare anybody now, this man is going to appeal, and he will not pull the nation for another 2 months during this the Supreme Court appeal period. And as he's doing it, he's siphoning the treasury. Because this man has nothing in his head more than how to now dry and make this, how to now make this nation dry as a country. Himself with his co-host. So at the end of the day, we also understand that this man who cannot never in any form expect anything for a second that comes out of him. Because he's not ready to realize that he's destroying a nation that is carrying about 200 million or more. This is exactly what we are. That is exactly the situation on ground. He has no human feelings. He has no fellow citizens' respect. He has no regard, and he has no value for human nature. So automatically, people who have this kind of mindset, they have nothing that gives them joy. than to see people weeping, wasting away. Because their first name is sadist, and their surname is evil. Anything they do, they don't do it because they want to do it for a reason of a fellow citizen or a fellow man to coexist. No, they do it with their co-host, whom they now operate together as evil perpetuators. So we will not see anything good. The only thing I know and I believe in my own, when I say I know, is not that I was told. What I believe and I know within my mind that this man is up to is to dry this nation as much as he can, destroy the stability of this nation, cause chaos and anarchy, if need be, hang up when there will be no balance for the entire nation. This kind of people, this is their mindset, and this is how they do things. They will never reason along with other good people. No. A man that will always say, it's my time. So what are we now talking about? This Chicago State University, at the end, the truth is going to come out of it. And I'll tell you now, if it's short now that this thing will take another 2 weeks for Chicago State University to court to deliver judgment about this case in the court, you know what this man will do? He will now hurry the judiciary to give verdict. So that thing will not come as a concluded issue that will be tendered as a further evidence. Because they don't really know how long this is going to take, whether it's going to be very short, it's going to be too quick or too... No, it's not going to do that. And the second thing is this: if even the judgment comes tomorrow and it's not in his favor because of the way the situation is going in Nigeria, he will not go to Supreme Court for appeal. Drag this thing again, stay there for another 2 months. And within that period, he believes he must have got more than enough. Dry the nation, leak the nation, dried more than enough. And then he will not say, okay, I think it's the will of God. But to him now, yet at this present time, to him it's not yet the will of God. Because he has not satisfied his goals, his aims and objectives, those satanic aims and objectives. So to him, it's not yet the will of God. Mainly you hear is the will of God, and to the best of the sake of Nigerians, then you will not know he has committed his mission. All he wants to remove, he has done it. He's satisfied. That is when you will not hear those English in his mouth.
My brother, please, can I interject you for 10 seconds, please?
Yes, sir, no problem.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I bet you with my life, whether it's siphon or not siphon, he's going to vomit it. The one we know if vomit he test a journal. Shey Tinubu with your born generation, they will vomit every single kobo they might have stolen and they will steal from that country. I bet everybody with my life, they will vomit everything.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're saying it's not a bad one, but when you are dealing with evil perpetrators, you must think ahead of them. Otherwise, once you allow them to think ahead of you, they rubbish you. No matter your plans and how intelligent you are, they rubbish you because these people they don't have sense of direction. They don't think wisely for fellow man to coexist with them. No, they don't have your value. They don't think you are even existing. So whatever that happens to them at the end, let me tell you something. Have you ever thought of it that when you catch an armed robber today, when the news gets to the friend or one of the friends escape, When they meet at their meeting point, they will not say, why would Jacob fuck up and make this kind of mistake? Well, I didn't expect Jacob to fool himself like this. Until the other one will be apprehended tomorrow. They will also judge that one the same way. They will not say that, well, with this thing that happened to Jacob, let me say I quit. No, they don't reason that way. They will continue to do it. They will continue to do it until nearly the whole of them has been apprehended, or they buy all of them out of the scene. That is the same way a gullible criminal, they reason and they think and they do things. They believe whoever that fall in cheap, fucked up, made a mistake somewhere. And that mistake is an expensive mistake. That's why the whole thing now crumbled. So they believe they are the standing one, and they are now the Messiah that will do the undoable. That's the way they see themselves. And that's an average African politician for you. They don't believe in any other person. They don't believe somebody else is intelligent. Most especially, the long time they've been taking Nigeria in their own way and in their own stance. Nobody before this time has challenged them and give them a close mark like this now. So the way they are still seeing it, they are seeing it like a child's play. They are seeing it that maybe they are, the people are just trying. They will soon get tired, and then they will leave. They will leave the scene. That's why they are trying and dragging things continuously. They believe people will get tired, and then they will not leave the scene for them to continue. And they will now revitalize their aims and their tentacle. They will spread it properly. That's what they are thinking, my brother. So anytime, any day, let us not see these people as cheap criminals. They are hardened, even worse than armed robbers. They are heartless, more than armed robbers. Last month or so, I had they buy somebody for 10,000 naira in the area where he's living. But people like this will be the people that will not support to say there should be justice. Justice should be carried out. They buy somebody because of 10,000 naira. But they are taking trillions out of treasury. And the money they are even taking must have pushed these people, some of these people, into where they found themselves. I'm not supporting that as the next resort. To go and start taking what doesn't belong to you in a forcibly manner. That's what I'm not supporting. But these people that present themselves to be gentlemen of politics, they are worse than armed robbers. They are the one that will not say, Yahoo boys are everywhere. The police should get them. Go after them. They don't see their own to be crime. So that is the situation we are in right now in Nigeria. I'm only going to thank those people that are fighting. The guy that is in Chicago that analyzed the way and what he did. All these things are done for the sake of our wonderful and beloved country, Nigeria. I thank everybody. Thank everybody. Elvis, I cannot thank you enough. You've tried my brother at times, in most cases. You've turned from one time appearance, you've not turned to both morning and evening. And you still speak like you are not tired. May God continue to fortify you, embedded you with every power, every wisdom.
Amen.
Because it's not easy. What you cannot do when you see somebody else doing it, you have to show appreciation, show love, praise that person, and call God to come to empower that person, because it's not easy. It's not easy. Thank you very much, my brother.
Thank you, Mr.
May the spirit of our country, Nigeria, continue to raise you up.
Amen.
Stand with you, empower you, defend you, enclave you with every good spirit. We will always see you to be there for us, for yourself, for your family, for the country, and for everyone that loves any good thing that you stand for. So shall it be with you, my brother. Amen. Everybody in the comment section, fellow panelists, I greet all of you. I thank you all. I appreciate everyone. The work that everyone is doing is so wonderful. Money cannot even, no quantified money that can pay this work. But I appreciate everybody. I say thank you very much, Elvis.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. We appreciate you too. Mr. Elvis, if we don't reclaim our mandate back, we will come sell some one institution. First year, we will take study Mr. Elvis. Second year, we take study Obedience. Third year, we take study His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi. It's going to be a 3-year course. Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, guys, press on the like button if you are listening to us. If you have not hit on the like, just supposed to press on the like button. Buy us a coffee, click on the $sign. Appreciate what we're doing here. God bless you all. Let me call on Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex, please talk to us. Thank you very much for coming to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Najao. Thank you for the opportunity.
Your voice is low.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Your voice is far away, but it's okay.
Yes, for the first time. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you are good now. Go ahead.
Okay. I thank you, those on the comment section. Thank you, viewers worldwide, and my fellow soldiers, my fellow panelists. Thank you for everything. Yes, let me hit the first name first. To my brother, Mr. Black Panther, thank you. I can see you are now articulating, asserting, verbalizing, like me. I'm grateful. I see me in you, or I see, or should I say, I see you in me. Thank you so much. Nigeria issue is enough for us to have 1,000,001 Black Panthers, or 1,000,001 Nigerians, 1,000,001 Alex, 1,000,001 people who want to reclaim their country from the hands of these political vultures, evil men who cannot think about constant electricity, ordinary electricity. We have countries that are not up to Lagos. Countries like Croatia, country like Bulgaria, Romania, as the economy-wise and so on and so forth. They are not up to half of Lagos with the economy. They have 24 hours electricity. Nigerians are willing to pay their bills. Don't believe that boogaboo that Nigerians are not ready. No, they are more than ready. How are they driving their cars? How are they fueling their cars? Are you the one paying their fuel for them? Are you the one? How do they pay the bride price of their wives? Are you the one doing it for them? How do they become responsible to look for job? How do they get visas? Are you the one doing it for them? Nigerians can pay. How do they pay their bills abroad? I mean, it stands on leadership, the evil, the wickedness. Don't tell me it's Nigerians, because leaders came together to build Japan, to build Canada, to build Europe, to build Australia. It's leadership. Then the people will follow. If they don't follow, you create capital punishment. Okay, to my brother Black Panther, when I said, I don't know, some people sometimes, some of us will make that mistake. Somebody will say 100 words, we'll look for some little dots. We'll leave the major analysis. When I said the black people about Chicago school, I was not talking about whether the school is all black or white or green. That's not the problem. It's in the United States of America. That's what I'm saying. It's a white-dominated system. I wasn't referring to the color of the students. Chicago is not in Amagba. It's not in Ghana. I said that before. It's in America, the greatest country on the planet. Take that to the bank. You cash money with it. It's a great. Forget about what China is doing. Forget about what Russia is doing. The greatest country on the planet, give it to them. It's America. I did not know that a school in America can be behaving like this. That's my point. I thought this is synonymous with African people. I didn't know that a school can. I mean, for me, in my own opinion, this is my own opinion. My own opinion. Let me just paint a picture of what I have in my head. I may be wrong. I may be right. Immediately that the mandate was stolen, the likes of what's it called, Kayamu, and the team of Tinubu, they will storm that school. They will say, okay, this is going to be a problem. They'll meet somebody there, a big person in that school whose salary is like $10,000 a month, or $15,000 or $6,000. So we're going to make a deal with you. There's a problem. They will analyze it for a few days, agree on maybe $5 million or $4 million, $10 million. Money that even if it backfires, even if you resign, even if you go to jail, you come out later, you are okay. That's what I think has happened. There's no two ways about it. Tinubu, this is how Tinubu behaves. This is his character. He tried it in Benin, but he failed in Benin. So, and I think with the pressure of the social media and the alumni of the Chicago and the publicity right now is backfiring already. This is what my mind is telling me has happened. Because normally, if you go to my school where I went to school, and I'm telling my school not to release my result, I don't understand. They'll be like, "What's wrong with you? Hello?" So long you are on earth, your school is forever above you, even if you are a president. Because you were once a student there, you still shake your VC, even if he's a young person right now, with 2 hands. It doesn't matter. So what I'm saying here is that, what about the FBI, my dear brother Black Panther? Is the FBI also all black? Have they not seen these things flying around since our mandate was stolen? About Tinubu's problem with Chicago? Where the FBI not aware, the CIA, the Interpol that went to Dubai to kidnap or to arrest Hush Puppy. Why can't they?
Can I interject you?
Yes, let me finish, my brother. You interject.
Okay.
My point is this: the way they go after small things or other big things, I expected them to do more. Is what I'm saying. If this was happening in Lagos now, or Abuja, or Ghana, or Somalia, or any other Africa third world country, Brazil was okay. It's corruption, it's poor country. This is the greatest country on the planet. It's a disgrace. I generally people to say it's a disgrace on Chicago University, Chicago Police Department. Don't hide under that matter that is in court. No, don't hide. That is the shit everybody is using now. Is in court. They are protecting their image. Like somebody said, it's a PRO problem right now. They should do a PRO cleanup. It's a big problem. It's a stain. In America, really? United States of America. We're not talking about South America. United States. You don't know what that is. It's a shame. So I'm overgasted. I'm flabbergasted at the way this is happening in America. I've been wondering. I was just laughing. I said, Chicago, in America. For God's sake, Obama he was in Chicago at some point of his life, serving as a community organizer. Go and check. Go and fast check. That's American president. Once American president. So my point is this: if for this to be happening, for Tinubu to have penetrated that school, because by now you don't need to care about the case being in court. It's not in court. It's not an excuse not to say, we don't know this person. They know they don't know this man. They know. So who is now playing the Anki packing double-decker game? So my brother, interject. I'll give you 20 seconds. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Alex. One, I want to correct you on issues. Tinubu did not penetrate. This is a case of identity theft. Two, when the HBC University was created because of some reason that blacks cannot get into some schools that are dominated by white. But it's not that white cannot go to the HBC school, no. But it's basically was set up.
That was not even my point. I didn't anchor that. It's you that ever brought that out.
And I said one thing. I said, in America, FBI, before FBI will come out, FBI has already done their due job that if they take it to court, there is no escape for the accused. That's how they operate. They don't just jump into issue. They start underground investigation and they'll get to their end point. I believe they will
finish the investigation where Tinubu has done 4 years. Abi, continue, my brother.
No. If you look the Tinubu case of drug, it was well over for over 2-3 years before they get to their final destination. These are done in turn by turn. It is not a case of I'll just bulldoze my way. There's a lot of bottleneck that you need to open. Get it. There's a law guiding.
Okay, are you aware? Okay, what about our brother was saying that he went there and they were trying to get his number and all those bottlenecks our brother was meeting in Chicago?
Yes, if you want to get information, they will have to certify your number so that you are not stealing somebody else's number, because that one can be used against you.
No, that's something else. That's something else you are saying. Anyways, thank you. That's something. Our brother lives. Our brother also lives. Listen, our brother also lives in America, right?
What it is entail when you are going for any information, your number.
Yeah, I understand. Even here in Nigeria is normal.
And they will call that number. They must confirm that number.
Anyways, Okay, your interjection is taking over my time already. Thank you, my brother. I get you. I'll come back to you. Okay, thank you. Anyway, if I leave you, you just make Nigeria tell me I have 1 minute left. Mr. Black Panther. Anyways, for me, I just feel you know when you are in a house of there's some families, you don't know that this is a family of professors. They're always going to school, doctors, lawyer, engineer, barrister, whatever. You know, such a family, there are some things you should never expect from them, and you will never expect such things from them. When you start seeing certain characters among them, you'll be like, are you sure it's from that house? So the same thing with the United States. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't know that they can have such it. For me, from what I'm seeing, I just forget about this Abure, but he's in court. FBI want to do the thorough investigation. It's turn by turn. If you leave all those stories, my brother, something has happened somewhere. From my own thoughts, my own opinion. For me, I don't see the reason why a school, a university, we have thousands of universities across the world, my brother. We know the modus operandi of the university, and it matters like it's just an identity clarification. This is who we have. She was a female. She's late. We got his next of kin. We're able to reach somebody in the family. Just make a 2 minutes video with a PRO work. That kills the whole matter on your own side. Protect your legacy, protect your alumni, protect your business, protect your university, protect your name and everything. I call on the Chicago Police Department to go into action with immediate effects. I call on the CIA to wage into this matter. I call on the FBI, if they listen to me, with the respect they have, they should wage into the matter. As we don't have 1 year or 2 years. We need it in matter of 48 hours. We need answers. Nigerians don't have 1 year or 2 years for investigation. We don't believe in 2 years thorough investigation. Investigation is investigation. You don't need 2 years to know who a criminal is. So for me, I just think something is not right. Somebody in Chicago University is waiting to resign. You will hear, we'll bring it here also. They will tell you the registrar has resigned. The chief provost has resigned. The president has just resigned. That is the big fish. That is the elephant in the room. That is the man. When somebody throws his letter and said, I've disappointed the school. You will sometimes they will start crying. I didn't know how it happened. It's a lie. It's part of the game. So I believe Obi'll will get his mandate back. It boils down to corruption. It boils down to forgery. Like someone said, if you are caught doing forgery, you keep forgery. You just continue doing it because you know people who tell lies, they know how to tell more lies to cover the one lie they've told. So I just think Obi will get his mandate back. It looks almost impossible. The thicker the night, the darker the night, or the thicker the darkness. Just expect that it's going to be there very soon. I believe, like never before. I believe with the way they brought down that eyes on judiciary. Why are they bringing it down if their conscience is clean? With the way he arranged corrupt, set of criminals as what's it called, ministers and so on and so forth. I believe it will happen. It will happen. So I thank you, Nigerians, and I thank everybody. As for Reno Mokri talking from the two sides of his mouth. I told you guys yesterday that the guy is neither here nor there. It's a mandibular walkabout. It's a political rolling stone. He cannot gather anything. He cannot gather any momentum. The guy is just hustling. The money they got under Jonathan Goodluck, they finished it. They've lavished it on abroad trips here and there. That guy has been traveling around the world for more than 5 years. He has been everywhere. All his videos. I'm in Israel today. I'm in Hawaii tomorrow. I'm in this one. He has been everywhere. So he's out of funds. He's looking for who to cash out from, either Tinubu or Atiku, and now he is writing off Obi. That is his mistake. And Obi do not even give shishi. Obi will work on merit and competence. So I don't know why he's a political vagabond. I don't know why he's a political fugitive. Why he's not in the country. That is. That's between him and the EFCC, or between him and his conscience. If it's a self-imposed exile, so you don't listen to people who put themselves on self-imposed political exile. If a clear conscience fearing accusation, why is he running? Why are you running and talking? You don't take somebody who's running and is talking at the same time seriously. Always on the media, you are never on ground, and you've lost touch with reality. Telephone calls and media talk is not the same. Nigeria Watch comes to Nigeria and spends sometimes 9 months, 11 months. So don't take him seriously. And I want to thank everybody who's on this struggle. And we should keep calling out Chicago University. Let's call them out responsibly. Let us know who is the big elephant in the room that struck a deal with Tinubu. Obviously, a deal has been struck. It takes nothing for universities to release information. Let's not make it too big. It's not a big deal. Forget about if the case is in court, it's not in court. Let's not give them that yardstick to hide under that. Come out as a, you are not the one in court. It's Obi and Tinubu and Atiku that is in court. The university is not in court. So say your own and enter house. According to Madam Rita will say, enter house as a school. Just present your information and get out. So what is difficult there? If millions of dollars have not exchanged hands, that's the point. Now they've joined us to tell us now that the case is in court. That's why they are acting in a certain way. They are trying to protect which image. I beg, I'll leave it to Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission. Thank you. I'd like to quickly appreciate somebody that just super chatted me. Grace Cantudu, thank you very much. I really do appreciate this. Thank you. I was actually thinking maybe people don't forget me for a year. Now you remember me. Thank you. May God bless you. May God remember you too. Guys, press on the like button. Help us to share. Appreciate what we are doing here. Thank you. God bless you all. I would like to call on the next one. I believe everybody, yes, everybody have given their submission right now. We are going to go on the final submission now, but I'll start with Mother Patricia on this. Mother Patricia, do you have anything to say? Okay, she's...
Yeah, I think...
Oh, you want us to come back to you?
Yeah, at all.
What?
I do.
Okay. Okay, even though it's a minute or two, just talk to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for everyone that have given their submission. Mr. Oraka, yes, what you said, I want to go with that. I think what's it called? Is it Omokri? Yeah. Statement was all about his notion about a preconceived notion about Mr. Obi'll or the Igbo, or I want to go with that because I don't see any reason why he's still going about making such a statement, and that is so derogatory and trying to blackmail him at this time. When he knows he has his own principle, why don't he focus on his own principle? He's working for Atiku, so why trying to talk down Mr. Peter Obi? So yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Tinubu admitting now that yes, he has problem. He has problem that Nigeria here they didn't meet anything, but they were just sharing money now when they just arrived. Immediately he took over power. They shared some amount of money, and if they are saying yes, Nigeria is having difficulty with financial problem, why don't they bring all those money that they shared? Plus that, what about Buhari? The people that suck Nigeria dry was mentioning that the ministers that he appointed, his ministers, they had to go and bring water in a dry well. Why the dry well? Don't you know where the money are? The monies are. The money are in their hands. Some of them are in Tinubu's hand and the senators' hands. And then, of course, Buhari and all the cabinet people that Buhari work with. That's where the money is. So I think it's right time they probe them and bring them to book. What about the one that did Nigerians, the money look the best to see with Nigeria Airways? Is that not the trillions of money? What about Mahmoud Yakubu, that has put Nigeria in this quagmire? Isn't not a lot of money they gave him to? So the money is we know where the monies are. So he should be bold enough to get these people probed and let them bring back all the money that they have taken from Nigerians. So that's it. So they shouldn't come. He shouldn't be telling us now that yes, he understands the hardship in the country. It doesn't. All this now just a way of trying to still ploy of trying to get some approval from Nigerians. But of course, we will never ever accept, we will never ever admit, we will never ever agree to this man to be the leader. It doesn't matter how long he's there, he has to go because nobody voted him. He cannot lead with a stolen mandate. We know who we wanted, we know who we voted for, and what we voted is not what we are having. Therefore, we are not having it. Tinubu, you just have to go. Nobody wants you. So that's my take on that. And then the Speaker of Lagos State. I mean, they always show themselves now. You can imagine the audacity, the way he was speaking, and he said that it was because of their party. You know, his decision is to protect his party before the people. He first said party, then the people, which means everything is about party. So depending on which party is protecting in this case, because apparently him and the governor, they are from the same party. So maybe they have another party that is talking about, you know. So yes. Then the Chicago, whatever they call it, Chicago State University. It's clear that Tinubu did not attend the school now. It's a very clear something, you know, because for him to stop the university not to give Atiku the certificate from the start, you know, that's already sending a very clear message that what they are asking for, what he presented, is not the real thing. Because if you say clear conscience, fear no evil, you know, so why did he go and stop the university? I think he should have been very. I mean, if really that he has certificate, was he not supposed to be the one to go and bring the original one? If that's the case, so if you're stopping people not to go to the university to get it, that means that already settles it now. Judiciary, I don't think you people are blind nor deaf. You are hearing and seeing. So it's high time now that you let that that pleasure might descend on Tinubu, because really you guys know also that he didn't win the election. So, and we are not going to accept it. We are saying no. We are saying no, and we continue to say no, because Tinubu did not win the election. If he won the election, nobody would be here still fighting for how many months now. We would have said, okay, fine. That's the people's choice. If democracy is truly the government for the people, by the people, and for the people, then our vote must count. Our choice must count. That is what it is. And you guys must do the right thing. You must do the right thing, because otherwise, then I don't think this country called Nigeria will be. Because people are angry. People are very angry about all these things. So you people should know and do the right thing. Tinubu, just pack a load and go home. You know, go and enjoy your last few days that's remaining in peace. Instead of all this unnecessary, alabalu that you are putting yourself through. There's no need for that. You are too old for this. So pack, just like Mr. Elvis already said already, just come out and say yes, you stole the mandate. And since Nigerians are not going to allow you to run away with it, I have given up. And then I think we will even respect you more and all this that you are using people to pass through. So I want to stop here, Mr. Elvis. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Patricia. That was a wonderful submission. Thank you. Okay. I would like to call on the next person, but let me appreciate you. Thank you. I don't like watch for the super chat. May God bless you. Thank you, my brother, for always being there.
Please go to the private chat, please. Your attention is needed.
All right, that's fine. Let me call on the next person before that. Okay, the formations. All right. Let me see. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alaba. Talk to us, since you'll be leaving now.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. My submission has 3-point agenda. The first one is that our problem is caused by we ourselves, Nigerians. The major problem is our educated people, or the people that went to school, but yet they went to school, but the effect of them going to school is not reflecting on them or their society. Example is our press, our educated people, our lawyers, our professors, rigging election for an illiterate and a drug baron, the press saying on national TV that, well, INEC is not supposed to check certificates. Which one? Because I talked of the press, the so-called educated people, the lawyers that made a law that says a criminal should go and serve his sentence first before we do the trial. There's no country in this world that swears somebody in before you finish the case for the trial, for the election. It's only in Nigeria that all these abnormal, illegal, unreasonable, unthinkable things happen. And yet we say we have people who go to school. The point of them going to school, I don't even know. You know, law 101, you don't put a swearing in first before, or a chief justice that swearing somebody that didn't meet constitutional requirement. I can go on and on. That's point number one. These so-called educated people, they're all, in my word, if the word fool is allowed to be used on your channel, they're all fools. That's what fella called, now you open book. If you open, you follow book, no follow book. You open book and look with your eyes so you don't end inside gutter where cockroach and rats dey. That's where Nigeria is. That's number one. Number two, I want to a little bit disagree with Mr. Alex on some of his submission. And I have a valid reason for saying this. I understand your submission is very emotional, full of passion, but it's it's devoid of protocol. You have to understand that this America, I live here in Chicago, this America that we are in, is a land of law. And I don't care what you say about America. Believe me, their institutions are strong. If something comes out that something is wrong with Chicago State, they will deal with it. But they have to let it play out. They have to follow protocol. It's not going to be wishy-wash, wish-wash. For example, you can't just come from another country like Atiku is from Nigeria and say, yeah, I want the information on so person. Well, their academic record, their social security number, their this and that, and just expect the institution to just deliver. It doesn't work like that here. Because as an individual, you have rights and rights to privacy. But in this case, we know there's corruption. We know there's a problem. There's forgery. And the case is playing out slowly and gradually in court. I told you that when the lawyers for Chicago State walked into court and they showed them a subpoenaed certificate, they go, whoa, we did not present this. So don't rush to judgment that they can't just release things. If they have to go do something that will violate otherwise, other people will come tomorrow from China, from this, they want that, and the precedents will be formed, bad precedent. So they say, whoa, we did not release this. And then the court now says the opposing lawyer, which is Tinubu, we don't even know if it's him in the certificate issue. Say, why are you opposing them releasing? Give us your reason. Then you come up with that's how process works. So it will play out. The truth will come out. But one thing for sure is that we all know he didn't attend. It's a case of a stolen identity. It has to be gradual. It's a case of a cartel operating within the university. It doesn't mean the university itself is implicated. You understand? But everything will play out eventually because the truth will come out, and it's already coming out. Before I didn't know the second certificate delivered by Attorney Enaroro was forged. It was in this Chicago court proceeding that we found that out. The same thing, if the letter submitted as Exhibit 7 to the INEC that says, well, he went to this school, we didn't know how he pays his school fees or this. If all those appears in this court, and it will show also, that's what good thing about court. Court bring facts to life, and you have to let that process play out, irrespective of how emotional.
Yeah, sorry, my brother. Which, please, can you enlighten me on which of the Antonio Nauros and what case was that? Sorry.
Yeah. So what happened was that last year, since the issue of Tinubu forgery has come out, and now a lawyer from Nigeria, one Mike Enaoro or something like that, came to the US and through the US court subpoenaed.
Yes, I just wanted you to correct that name, not Antonio. You just did, Mekenaro. You are right. Yes. Now I know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because you said Antonio Nauro before.
Oh,
Antonio Nauro is the man that moved the motion for Nigeria independence, not
okay,
Mekenaro.
Yes. So
right.
he subpoenaed the system to produce this certificate so we can compare it to the one Tinubu submit to INEC. But apparently, when you're dealing with a cartel, it's like spy work. They have agents within a system. It doesn't mean the system itself is bad, but the cartel will come in, pay somebody, dig their own stuff out, send it, hijack your letter will not get to the. So things are playing out. Right now, the Higher Institution Commission have started investigation on these things. You understand? The system works here, because even as local as Chicago State is, it's a viable institution. A lot of Americans got their degree there, and they would not want their name to be rubbish. So it will play out. Now, it might not play out the time we want it, which is a problem. But for what we still have with the INEC court right now, we're still good, because they know he submitted forged document. Even if Enaoro's document, they don't know about that one. The original one is submitted. That's enough for them to rule. But let's leave that. So that's why I said all this attacking Chicago State. But this is what we have to do as a people. Now, we have the email address of Chicago State Registrar. We need to find the FBI email, and we need to find one of these international press, CNN. And as Nigerians, just like you bombarded their Twitter page, X page, and they have to close it down, we start bombarding them. Later, who is Tinubu? Why is your university involved in forged certificate? We keep sending that out on a daily. By the time they get 100,000 emails, both Chicago State, both the FBI, it will make headline. And once this kind of thing make major news headline in the US, heads will roll. They will get to the bottom of it, to the very last person that collected money from Tinubu. They will fish them out. Their system here works. So, from what is out there so far, there's no tangible evidence. I have not seen one single evidence that says Tinubu got a degree from Chicago State. So let the system play out. Let's not watch. And we Nigerians got to do our own part by sending out. Mr. Elvis, I beg you, help put out all this information, like the email. If you have FBI email, put it. If you have CNN email, let Nigerians send, bombard them. And that's all we can do. We got to do our own part. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
My brother, before you leave, never run come out. I want your try disagree with one word that you said, that all these educated people that went to school.
Yes, they have failed us.
All these political dealers, they didn't went to school. School went through them.
Okay, good point. Good point. Yeah, they didn't went. Yeah, because they've all failed us, all of them. They don't know what they are doing. They say rubbish every time in the media. They're just, oh God. Well, I don't even know. That's a topic for another day.
All right. Mr. Felix, please give us your final submission. 5 minutes, please.
My brother, me I not be Sister Rita way. He go say, I not go use 5 minutes. Now 1 minute I even get. We are going to use for exactly 5 minutes. I have said all I have to say. Finger cross. Thank you, my beloved brother Elvis, all the obedient panelists, everybody that mean good for the country, Nigeria, and the whole continent. I greet you. Let's keep on fighting this fight, because this fight we are fighting is not for bad. It's for the good of our unborn generation. no retreat, no surrender. Good night, my people. I greet you all. Have a blessed night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, my brother. Okay, I'll come to Black Panther. Please give us your final submissions at 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Niger Watch. Once again, all protocol observed. I want to say this, that we are fighting a true just cause. And that cause is to set Nigeria on a foundation that all the institutions will be firm, strong, and ready to bite whosoever does contradict to the institution and the law of the land. And that can only happen. That can only happen if the judiciary do the needful. If the judiciary uphold justice. If the judiciary do the needful. If the judiciary be blind and say the right thing. No matter what they are doing now, trying to do whatsoever, I'm not looking at that. You got all the time, as long as you're on the trajectory, or you are in the right course, your law is backing you. Anytime you want to bring it, as long as you're between the law, you give us justice. Whether they are saying they are giving money whatsoever, judiciary, our eyes, not only our eyes, the hope of the heroes past, the hope of the patriot, the hope of the child that was born yesterday, it's lying in your hand. And don't think that if you give wrong justice, the Nigerian people will not come after you. Don't think if you give the wrong justice, the people that own the sovereignty will not come after you. Because what break the foundation of Liberia was because one man said, I want to be on that throne. But the people said no, and they revoked. If you want to go the trajectory of Liberia and so many countries that have gone into issues, which every other country went and said, let there be peace. It is in your hand. Our eyes are not only on you. Our life depends on this justice you're about to give. The life of the child that was born yesterday depends on this justice. The future of Nigeria depends on this. If you give the wrong justice, we all come after you. Because the template, the thing, the facts are on the table. Even our brothers that are not Nigerians are watching you. If you set a wrong precedent, you have bent, you have thrown an arrow into the heart of every Nigerian. And we will never forgive you for it. I repeat, we will never forgive you for it. We will never forgive your generation for it. Because this is our life. Our hope is on this. If you want Nigeria to continue in the 21st century and meet up with countries, then you do the right thing and give justice. The question we are asking you is, Mr. Tinubu a Nigerian? Is Mr. Tinubu qualified to come up and vie for the presidency of Nigeria? Is Mr. Tinubu a Guinean? Is he holding a Guinean passport or not? The second question, the other question we're asking you, did it meet the requirement of the Federal Capital Territory? If that is a yes to you, you go ahead. And if you want the generation of the true Nigeria, if you want the true legacy to be left for them, you do the needful and give justice to this. Our heart is focused on you. Our eyes is focused on you. The heroes of our past, those patriots that are lying in the 6 feet under the ground, they are looking, their eyes, their spiritual eyes are on you. If you want to set the country ablaze, we are ready for you. It's either you give justice or you do the otherwise. Anything apart from justice, we got to say goodbye to the country called Nigeria, and every man should go his own way. We cannot continue to toy in the futures of people who God has created. We have a life to live, and we have a right to live. That is the right God has given unto us, to live a good life. And we are here, we are looking at you. Our heart is on you. The hope of the child that was born yesterday is looking on you. Give the right justice. And we know what happened during the election. We know we did not vote this alien into that office. And we want you to dig further. And I ask, is Tinubu a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Is he qualified to be the president of Nigeria? That is the question we are asking. And the proceeding, the process in which you get there, was it right? Was it well done? Those are the questions we are asking you. And if you have answer, give justice. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch. All we need is justice. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless every patriot who have stand for the truth. May God bless everyone who is propagating the truth all over the world for justice to reign in Nigeria. Nigeria is the greatest country in Africa and the hope of the black race in the world. Thank you, Mr. Nigeria Watch.
Thank you, my dear brother, Black Panther. Thank you very much for your wonderful submission. All right, Mr. Ferreira, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for your wonderful submissions today on the panel as well. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you. All right, let me call on F. Emmanuel. If you are there, sir, your 5 minutes starts now, sir. Okay, you are not there.
Thank you again, Mr. Elvis, for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, sir. Final submission, 5 minutes, sir.
All right, Black Panther, thank you so much for that wonderful submission. That was that's a superb one. I'm going to speak to 3 categories of people in our country, Nigeria. And the first people is going to be the judiciary. Then the next is going to be the political, luminaries. Then the third is going to be the Agbado himself. Number 1 is the judiciary. Judges, isn't it clearer now for you to know that the real definition of government is the people? If the government is for the people and by the people, then you should do the right thing. Because right now, the people has taken it upon themselves to make sure that the right person governs them. We have been doing trial and error. We have tested the so-called experienced people, so to say, in quotes, and they have brought us to where we are today. Now, we don't want any experience anymore. Just do the right thing, give us our mandate, Then we'll decide who rules us. That is for you. Because the error has already started right from the day Chief Justice swore in this Agbado man. Because you should have known better that you are doing the wrong thing. You are putting your profession on the line for doing the wrong thing. The Vice President to Labour Party, Ahmed Dati, said it. Whosoever sworn in Tinubu has done what? Has killed democracy in Nigeria. Has pied democracy in Nigeria. So, get that into your brain. Then, let me go to the political luminaries in our country. Listen and listen very clearly. You have your children, grandchildren, both born and unborn. You have looted us since from the beginning of democracy in Nigeria, and you have brought us to where we are today. I beg you, please, the amount you have looted or whatever you have done in the system that has brought us where we are today, enough is enough. Stop there and give us a chance. All of you should enter house. Let me borrow Madam Rita's word. All our political gigonos, please enter house and give us some space. Let's manage our country. The Nigerians have demonstrated it, and they are still on course. I don't think Nigeria is going to be any difference. That is for that. Then for the Agbado man, Baba, Ekuroleo, Ekushemetao, I beg you, Mabinu, just honorably, nobody's going to contest about your certificate, whether you get it right or you don't get it wrong. We are not after it. Just quietly come out and say, this is your mandate. I'm not interested again. I did it wrongly. I stole it. I snatched it and I ran with it. So I'm returning it back with immediate alacrity. I'm not interested anymore. Otherwise, your BP will keep going up. I will never come down. I know what that means. That is tantamount to buying. I'm not wishing you that, but for the sake of your grandchildren, for the sake of your generation unborn, please, a good name is better than silver and gold. Please, Baba, come down from that high horse and give the rightful person that won the election. You know down your heart, deep down your heart, that you didn't win the election. For the sake of peace, step down, give it to the rightful person, then you will see how Nigeria will be transformed. Otherwise, what happened in Niger, I guarantee you, it's going to happen in Nigeria. Thank you. I raise my case. Mr. Davis,
thank you.
Keep up the good work. More grease to your elbow, rather. God will increase your strength, and you never will weary. So you never be weary where doing. You're already doing well. But then I pray that you never be weary. Until we get to the promised land, we will never back out. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity again to speak. Good night.
Thank you, sir. Amen. A big amen to that. May God bless you. Thank you, Mr. F. Emmanuel. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Let me come to the last person. Mr. Alex, please give us your final submission, sir.
Yes.
Mr. I see them here.
Thank you.
No, Madam, we don't call you so many times, Taya. You don't answer us now.
Oh, sorry. Maybe a sleep catch me. Sorry.
Okay. After Mr. Alex, I'll come to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Najawa. I stand on the existing protocol. And first of all, to my brother, my other brother that spoke, my respected brother that spoke, about America and Chicago saga. You know, I'm not. I don't hate America. Okay, I'm just like, I respect America. As I said, it's the greatest country on the planet. The world knows that. We are in a unipolar world. That's a world controlled by one powerful country, and we know that. And the world is divided into three. If I can speak about that briefly, the first world is Europe, Canada, Australia, and America. Second world is the Middle East and Asia. Third world is Africa, South America, captained by Brazil and India. India is gradually leaving now. The Academia of the United States, they wanted to form a fourth world in the early 2000s. That they ought to be a fourth world with countries like Eritrea, Somalia, even this Niger Republic, and so on and so forth. But it's met a bottleneck. It didn't go through. So that's on a lighter note. So if the captain of the first world, which is the United States of America, because after the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bomb blast, the dissolving of the Soviet Union and the USSR and so on and so forth, America became the police of the world. So I did not, I'm speaking from the point of respect. I didn't expect such a thing to be happening if it is happening. As I said, it's my opinion, not of Nigeria Watch platform. So it's not out of disrespect. I'm only overgasted or flabbergasted or flabberwhelmed. So like surprised that Chicago is feet dragging instead of just coming out. I mean, Chicago University is feet dragging instead of just coming out to say, "Oh God, we don't know this man. Oh, the person we study for our school now, woman, she's late. We have our records and so on and so forth." It's very simple. If you want to do it, you do it. If not, here really exchange hands. It's taking a long time. So FBI can do their research for 1 or 2 years. Is their protocol. I don't have problem with their modus operandi. Is their modus vivendi. Who am I to question it? The CIA. So they should also make sure they get to the root, the way they got to the root of Hush Puppy and so on and so forth. That's my point. Instead of the way they get to the root of young people selling cracks in the streets of America and Europe, they should also get to the root of Tinubu about his Chicago saga just now, certificate forgery and the drug activities and so on and so forth. Yes, let's come back home now. I want to thank everybody who, in one way or the other, believe in better country, because I don't see, it's only in Nigeria, you just see leaders. Oh God, Nigeria is a fraud for me. It exists in our mind because we love our country. We love our land. In the minds of these men and women, there is no Nigeria. They are just wicked. Every country, like you, some of you have houses. When you are building your house, you think about the room, you think about this kitchen. Some of you that have opportunity, you think about security posts, the fence, the electricity, the sockets, and the power box and so on. But the same thing with countries. People stood up to build Singapore less than 20 years. I stand to be corrected. People stood up to arrange Malaysia less than 15 years. In Festac 77, Singapore and Malaysia came to Nigeria, cap in hand, under Obasanjo, begging for different aid. Malaysia was asking for Obasanjo to give them rights to Benin, to Midwest, to Bender State, to go and use palm kernel to experiment how to do agriculture. Singapore was asking for loan. They were asking for financial aid. Today, they are one of the greatest economies of the world, one of the strongest currencies. Sometimes they are the strongest passport. It fluctuates between Singapore, Japan, sometimes Denmark. So, and we have leaders since 1970s, 60s, 80s, 90s, and 2000 who will just decide that there will never be electricity in your country. Atiku just said, "I'm the one selling generator, no light," and he wants to be president, and he was the vice president. I don't know how you will just declare darkness in your own house. You will not want to fix the bulb. You don't want your children to just have light to read their books or to do their thing. I don't understand. I don't get it. You just wake up and say there will never be food in your house, like agriculture. It will never happen. There will never be stability. There will never be progress. I don't know where leaders be. Even animal kingdom, even ant. The Bible says, "Oh, slow God, go and learn from the ant." The ant, during the dry season, they make their own houses against the rainy season. Nigerian leaders don't just have any clue. They don't They don't just care. The wickedness on them is continuous. It's from generation to generation. They did it to our great-grandfathers, our grandfather, our father, and us. And we are the one putting an end to it, to say it will not get to our children. That's what we are doing now. And God so kind, social media has come to help us like 70% to fight this battle. They've weaponized hunger, weaponized wickedness, weaponized courtesy. This courtesy you are seeing that our young boys are now fighting themselves, it started from our leaders. It started from them. It's not courtesim, it's called occultism. They have the, I don't want to mention their names. It now went down to the school side where Wole Soyinka started his own. It's all about leadership failure. I mean, the mindset of people in politics is so terrible. How did people come to wake up in Rwanda to build their own? That is an African country. How did they get to where they are getting to now? I don't know what to think about. How human beings will not just sit down to think about how they can either divide the country or make the country work for the future generation. People are planning for the next 50 years. Germany is planning for the next 200 years of their country right now. The same with England. The same with Italy. The same with France. Nigeria is just there. Our leaders are just thinking of the next style of agbada to sew, the next woman to marry, the next beauty queen to buy to their wives, the next country to go and buy a house. That is all they think about. I've never seen that barbaricness, that backwardness, myopic life. That's I'm short of vocabulary to use for them. I don't know where they come from. Just eat, go and sleep in House of Assembly or House of Rep or Senate. Just if you believe, say hi. If you don't believe, say nay. The nay have it. 6 billion naira go. If you believe, say hi. If you don't agree, say nay. The high have it. 200 billion naira has been what is a case of political big bambism. It's just animal farm. Animal farm is even better than this. I don't understand. They don't care about our ranking among community of nations, the ranking of our passports, the ranking of our currency, the image building of our nation. They don't care about our national security. They don't care about the influence of our border control, of our productive, sector, how we can produce things. A country that don't think about production, it's all about consumption. They don't even care about our ranking across the world, military-wise. Algeria is among the most powerful military. They have very strong marine. Morocco is following suit. India is doing the same thing, building a nuclear plant. Burkina Faso is asking Russia for a nuclear plant now. They are signing a deal. Don't be surprised to hear them say they are the first African country after Gaddafi left Libya to have a nuclear plant. Because if you don't have a nuclear plant, the West will not respect you. The reason why they leave North Korea alone is nuclear power. And Nigeria is not even thinking. The world is thinking about the AI technology, the first con. We are not even thinking, our leaders, I mean. And our people are doing exploits across the globe. Our leaders are not even tapping into the diaspora activities, economically, politically. Our leaders are not even thinking. Diasporans built Japan. Diasporans is building India. Diasporans is contributing to Rwanda. Our own, they just think about remittance. We receive 25 billion into the economy from diasporans. Is that what you think about? What about bringing this talent back home? Creating a conducive environment. Having our own Silicon Valley. Why are they not thinking? Or dividing the country into different regions so we can exist as neighbors and build economies that the world that can stand with China, that can stand with Europe, that can stand with the Asia tigers. Why are we not thinking? We just think about going cap in hand to beg for loans. Look, we're going to be begging. My God, Peter Obi, thank you for coming to open everybody's eyes. Obi has become a movement. Obi has become an ideology. Obi has become a philosophy. This is why they are scared of taking his life. They know that it's too late. If they had known, they would have allowed him join Labour Party. They would have allowed him even campaign or teach people in different, fora. The guy has imparted Nigeria across the globe. He has gone with a political diffusion, a political osmosis. It has gone wide. Everybody's aware now how to carry yourself as a leader with compassion, with verifiable antecedents. This is what Nigeria need now. Is now or never. If you know you don't want a country that progresses, a country that think about technology, a country that think about national security, a country that think about education, or a country that think about human rights and justice, free and fair elections, divide the damn country. It's not a country, it's a zoo. It's just a zoo. A country without electricity, common electricity that students in Kenya are using, dam, river body like, river lakes to power their villages as their thesis. Electrical engineering students, if they are is part of their project, they power it for 2 years, for 1 year, prior to their graduation. And we are busy, lying to ourselves. Nigeria is too big. Are we bigger than Russia in landmass? We are not. So for me, I just think leadership is a problem. Nigerians are wonderful people. They are law-abiding, they are industrious, and they've waged a war against these men and women. You see, we took the battle to them. We beat them in Lagos, we beat them in Abuja, we beat them in Edo State, we beat them everywhere before they quickly switched off beavers. Why did they switch off beavers? Because the beating was becoming too much. And at some point, the truth must come out, either from Chicago or from the judiciary, all the truth that will bring Obi back to power. Because Obi is Nigerian president. Take it or leave it. It's just a matter of time. He is the one. And I'm sure all of us will come back singing and dancing. And I know a new Nigeria is possible. And if they don't do it, if peradventure, which is 10% chance, because 90% Obi will get his mandate. But if they don't, then dissolve the country. We are not one. Because we cannot live in a Fulanized or a Fulani republic. I don't have sisters to give to bandits to come and rape. I don't have children that will be kidnapped. I don't have younger ones that will go on youth service and will not come back. I don't have people that will go on bad roads in the name of traveling from Lagos to Kanu. I don't have life to struggle for Naira redesign like they did to us. I don't have a life to give to these men and women, these wicked men. And like somebody said, our professors, the so-called learned people, they should be very careful. It's only Nigeria, a professor who spent more than 30 years reading will be rigging election for a tout who has no certificate because of money. Professors, you need to learn conventions. Conviction is what made Mandela go to prison for 27 years. He said, my Lord, this is a cause. I'm willing to lay my life if need be. That's conviction. Our professors just read and read. They don't have inspiration. They don't have any mentor. They don't know the meaning of mentorship. They have no role model. Just about reading and passing. That's why they just fall away. Immediately any politician can go, just jingle some carrot around them. They are one of the problems we have in Nigeria. And this country, need people like all these professors who are willing to do the right thing, who will not rig election anymore. And I'm sure once Obi comes in, he's going to clean the system. Nigeria Watch, thank you for all the good work, and I thank everybody. Good night.
Thank you, my brother, Mr. Alex. Thank you for always saying it, Iris. God bless you, my brother. All right, Madam Ame, please, if you are there, talk to us. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you again, Mr. Elvis. I'm sorry, I still thank the whole of my brothers, all my co-panelists. I'm sorry that this one have never happened to me before. I was waiting for you to call me. I didn't know before I got off, So when I heard you saying your last time, I said, this man called me or what? So I'm really sorry for that. My greetings to all the whole house, to your own submission. Mostly my brother, Fire, I thank you for your submission. Let me just complete my, I don't talk much. We are saying Chicago University. We are saying Europeans, they are not corrupt. If Tinubu should go to the university there and just give maybe driving license, that is the only one they used to admit him at the university. It is a funny thing because I know that even here in Europe, most of you are Europe, you know what it is. Any little of your details, if you are able to give your details at the university or anywhere here in Europe, the moment you get your driving license or your name, they will be able to detect you anywhere you are. And we also have it in mind that even Europe, if they want to get anybody internationally, they can put your name everywhere. You can be caught anywhere you are, whether in that state you are or any other Europe or in any part of the world, they will get you. I want to ask now, before now, that 400 something $1,000 or $1 million Tinubu left for US. They want to tell me that they don't know that this same man that they be looking for because of drug problem. They want to tell me that they don't know that this man was a governor for 8 years in Lagos for years. Why don't they come out to our governor and said, okay, this man will be looking for him. Why is he a governor? Till now, nothing happened. So that is a question. And again, where this library, I thank our brother, what is his name? Chukwunosa, that have gone to look far more, checking everything out. And I hope that the Chicago will comply with us. I hope that they will come, as one of our brothers said. This man have tried enough. We should all go to that email, bring them out so that we get all the information. Any one of us can start writing if we are able to get all this email. Whether he said we should go to international media tip or international press media TV, I don't know. So we should bring all those things out so that we get all this information. Anybody that is capable can start writing to all these companies. It will be necessary. And again, I'm wondering that one of our brother also who talked now that is in Chicago, who went to find out details in the libraries. I wonder the way they keep their libraries here, or the little one I know, it is more authentic than this. I don't know why they should be able, when Tinubu certificate is 1979, and my brother going to look at that 79, he was told there no details about Tinubu, and going down so deep, going to 1980, 81, 82, they merge it together. What kind of library is that? I don't understand. So this director there that was formerly there, I'm quite sure Tinubu must have paid that my huge amount, and that man must have done something in all these details, all the records they kept before. He must have made a total arrangement that will make it difficult for people to find out easily. Not until you go deeper. That is why they are escaping all these things. I don't know. And again, we should all go to say that this one is educated, this one is a doctor, this one is a professor, this one is a master's degree. We should go and check all our governors, all our ministers, all our senators, all those House of Representatives. It's up to our president. We should go and look at them. And if we should go to President Tinubu, being that he's a fake somebody, has a lot of groups of criminals that he must have introduced to this university to get some of his members that he wanted them to join him in politics. They must have gone there to buy certificates for themselves. We should check all of them. And now we should not tell our generation, I hope I live longer. We that are elderly people, I hope we live longer. We should tell our generation to notice all those terrible children, these rich people that used to go send their children to Europe, send them to education. Most of them, they don't go there for education. They just go there to buy certificate. Since they are young, they can attend the school for just 1 year. They will just sit an examination, they will just pass. We should check them very well. It is not all those that hold qualification. That's why I've been saying those that are not educated, they might be well blessed, naturally talented. So long as they don't have that criminal heart, they don't have that, they can be more talented than those educated ones. It is not when you come to blow English, we know that you are well educated. There are no few educated ones. The poor children of poor people, they are the more talented people, but they don't give them the chance to do it. It is not all those that fail out that are doomed. There are some people that feel like don't have the chance to go. We should all check on all those people. And I pray that the Chicago should really comply with us and give us the full details. That is, I'm just waiting for that. My brother, I don't know. Since Tinubu said that we said the democracy is for the people, by the people, it's of the people, by the people, for the people. I think Tinubu own type of a democracy now is for him to grab it, snatch it, and run away with it. His own democracy is a democracy of Agbado and a democracy by his wife, democracy of Agbado by his wife and for his children and friends. That is what.
Yes, madam.
Yes,
madam. Please, if I can interject you for 10 seconds, like what you just said just now, that you were not comfortable with the Chicago record of merging 1981 and 1982 together and so on and so forth. And America is a very great place where you have records of 1721, 1892, 2000 BC. They have great way of keeping things. So that's why I'm very suspicious of the Chicago way of, what they did. As our brother said, something is wrong because 1979 is just so recent. If they have records of Abraham Lincoln, if they have records of, great American history, of 300 years ago, 200 years ago, rather. What is
My brother,
1979? Come on now. Yeah, thank
you
you.
are very right. They can merge it together, but it should be well explained, you know. Not that when my brother get to where Tinubu is, no details, nothing. So I'm quite sure the director that have collected money from Tinubu must have done that criminal act. They will know how to keep the details. I was here in 1972. Go to my university, you will see my details there. You know, so there's 1982 here, it's the same thing, 1980, 81, 82. You will still get details there. So I don't know why it must be this director that must have done something very criminal, which we don't know. So they should go more further. My prayer is that it is enough even for our judiciary to know what is going on. If they are all not criminals, as far as we've gone now, it is time for them. You don't know to tell a baby knows now. You don't need to tell a blind man that see, you are not seeing the road. Oh. He knows now. They know all these things. They know the right thing. I don't know what they are still waiting for. I don't know how much people have given to them that they are still delaying even to give us a date. It's a problem to them. I don't understand it again. So I just pray that things work out. I still have that hope now of my brother courage he gave me yesterday of Abure coming to say very soon. Obi'll will soon be declared. I hope it has embossed my power, my weakness back again. I'm just waiting. All eyes on them, and they should please judge. Please, the judiciary. I'm still talking to you. Just clean your name. Give us that hope, that trust I don't have in you. My fear I have with the judiciary there is that Arowola. That Arowola. If he's the only stubborn block within you people, please kick him out and give your judgment. Clean your name for the sake of your generation, your children. Yeah, at least whenever Africa is okay, every one of us will enjoy it. All those lawyers, don't they have children? Their children will also enjoy it. So think twice. Since you have children, think if you are not going, you don't want to enjoy it, think of your children. So judge rightly, please. I'm waiting. I appreciate Miss Elvis. I think I don't always say much. It's enough. That is my submit for tonight. Thank the rest of my brother for your wonderful submission. For the few ones I didn't listen to, for that few time I was taking out, I go back to check again. Thank you all. I welcome you. I love you, everybody. Thank you, my brothers and sisters.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate every one of you. Thank you, Madam Ame. You don't normally say much, but this one you talk for long now.
sorry, I didn't. It's more now.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I appreciate you, wonderful people. We have come to the end of this broadcast. It's been a long day. Let's continue to encourage ourselves to come out, participate, play your part. For us to have a better Nigeria, one person cannot do it. It has to be a collective effort, and that is what we are doing right now. So I'm doing my part, you're doing your part. Let everybody continue to do their part. Anybody that is talking about how Nigeria can become a better country tomorrow, share their videos, like their videos, support them. It's very, very important because one person cannot do this. You know, we can't continue like this, despite that some of us have a better life. We are living in a better country and all that. But remember, my people, regardless of the kind of better life you're having today, home is home. The reason why me particularly am fighting for Nigeria to be better today is because I love my country. I love Nigeria. I don't want anything to happen to my country. I love Nigeria with all my life. I'm telling you, I love Nigeria. Nigeria is better. It's better. In fact, you can't compare Nigeria with UK. I'm sorry, some people might disagree with me. I prefer Nigeria 100% than United Kingdom. But guess what? Nigeria is not good because of these satanic leaders. And if you check what Nigerians are asking for, it's not much. Give us good health care. Give us security. Give us permanent light. Good infrastructure. Roads and all that. And I'm not sure, is that too much to ask for? As we're talking right now, most people listening to me from Nigeria, they are watching in darkness. Many of them are on their generator. We can't continue like this. It's not working. It's not working. But one thing is sure, nothing lasts forever. The time for us to succeed, to have a better Nigeria, is now. Please, guys, nobody should relent. Continue to do your part. I'm doing my part. I come out every blessed day since April last year till now. We are in August. Today's 29th of August. We are back crossing to 30th of August. Since April till now, every day. I'm just doing my part. I'm leaving a good footprint. So don't feel bad if I'm referencing to this one 5 years or 10 years from now. Like Peter Obi is referencing to so many things we do many years ago. Yes, do your part. Because if you do the right thing, either you reference to it or people will reference to it. If you do the wrong thing, people will reference to it because you will satanically and biasedly you wouldn't want to talk about it. But don't worry, people will refer to it. They'll reference to it. Look, what Tinubu did is 1979. He believes he will come out today. 1979. They ever bomb many of us. What are we talking about? Live a good life. You don't have anything to lose by living a good life. By living a good, living a truthful life, doing the right thing. But you have everything to lose by living a fake and a satanic lifestyle. You have everything to lose. You might not lose it now. I promise you, you are certainly going to lose it sometime. Let's do the right thing. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate you all. Madam, thank you very much for the super chat. God bless you. May God replenish every one of you that supported me today. Madam, thank you very much. I do live watch. Thank you, Mr. Henry Gabriel, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. I appreciate you for joining our membership program, Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you, Judge Blue Shell. Thank you very much. Grace Continue. Thank you. Mona Ferreira. Thank you very much. God bless you all, my people. I appreciate every one of you. Those of you that shared our video, please continue to share our video, like our videos, help us for our voices to go far. Please don't join the people that want to truncate our voices. Share our videos, let our voices go far. There's still a lot of Nigerians are currently not sure on what to do. Sometimes when they're listening to us, maybe when they listen to me or any member of my panelists or my callers, then hope will be restored back in them. That's why it's good to like and share. When you share, you are hitting directly on people. When you like, you are telling YouTube to recommend the same video for others later on. Thank you very much, my people. Please subscribe with us if it's your first time on this channel or you play back this video. Subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell to be notified whenever we are here. We are fighting for a better Nigeria. That's all. We don't have anything against anybody. We're just demonstrating our constitutional right for a better Nigeria. By the special grace of God, we will have a better Nigeria in my time, in our time, in the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, my people. People on the comment section, Mother of all Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. I appreciate you. Always, always, always write us. Thank you very much. I can see you. Tony Africa, I can see you as well. Thank you very much. And I can see more people right there. Kingsley Ogeraki, thank you very much. I appreciate your mother. Two Sabis with us as well. Thank you. Chris, I can see you as well. Thank you. May God bless you all. Now we'll go join the curtain. It's been a long day, so let's have some rest. Like I said before, we're coming out here every day, 6 hours shifts, sometimes 10 hours, sometimes even 14 hours. We are here. But by the special grace of God, once the court case is over, we are not going to be doing 6 hours shifts anymore. I'm sorry. We don't used to do this. We only started it with Mr. Peter Obi. We normally do a maximum of 3 hours before, because it's long, it's exhaustive, it's not very easy, but it's a task that we've given to ourselves and we are doing it. And I want to thank all my panelists that join me to do this every day. And God bless you all. Mother Patricia Tagojimi, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Michael, Morgan Amara, I can see you right there. Thank you. And God now God bless all of my people. I will say make we end this broadcast right now because it's been a long day. Please, guys, currently our light is 471. Can we take it to 500 before we leave? Because we still have over 600 people watching us. So the light is 471. Let's just take it to 500, guys. It's currently on 471. Let's take it to 500. It looks like nobody's even listening to me anymore. Looks like some people don't sleep or they are far away from their gadget and all that. But nevertheless, it's okay. I just want you guys to know that I appreciate every one of you. Thank you. So let's end the show right now. All right. Good night and bye for now.
Chairman, Chilos Investment, based in United States of America. Chilos Ebelege, Menawe, Osanobo Adebawe, Iyobonu were nime. Ebolo ni ye yagi ere anji. Egba nori afo. Eni osabe yaye. Mr. John Ukmo, Managing Director, Oye Company, Warri. Iyere aye Ukmo wenera. Ebolo ni ye iyere aye. Odo uji social club of Agadaga, Babiowo. Egba nori afo. Mr. Engineer Abraham, Noribi Rome. Ona weni melega ye na rekwa meki. Mr. Bello. Eni osaya ye Philomena. Ebolo ni ye yagi ere anje.